4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, ding. Am I ready to go? All right. Welcome, everyone, to the first ever webinar masterclass that has been hosted by Jason Fladien and myself. We have never done this before. We do not know what's going to happen today. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a little bit of a rodeo. But one thing I promise you is the amount of value you're about to get in the next couple hours, next few hours here, is going to surpass pretty much anything that I think you've seen on a webinar before, even on those by Jason or myself. This is going to blow your mind because the amount of, I would say, progress or evolution that has occurred in the webinar game over the last just few months, especially around AI, is just mind-blowing. It's mind-boggling. And people are saying, hey, the game has changed, webinars have changed. They absolutely have. But a lot of people are saying that with the implication that they've gotten worse or that webinars are dying or that webinars have gotten tougher. I stand before you today with a webinar that has over 4,000 registered, that has ridiculous show rates. And this isn't my one time. This isn't some luck I've got. We've been doing this again and again. I stand before you today to argue and say, no, they are better and stronger and playing for even higher yields, but you got to know what to do. And you have to make some of those changes, not only on the webinar, but around the webinar. And that's where Jason and I come together. There's no one better in the game I've ever met than Jason when it comes to creating a webinar that just freaking is fire, that delivers tremendous value, delivers transformation, and also delivers an amazing message that leads to a great outcome for you and the attendee, which is hopefully to purchase what you're selling. My special expertise, I'm good at webinars. I can write a good webinar. I can deliver a solid webinar. But I will tell you, my expertise comes in everything that's around the webinar, getting people to the webinar, the pre, the post, the ads, the evergreen. It's what I've done decamillions in. Now, I don't say that to you to try to insinuate in any shape, way, or format that that's the results you're going to get. It's taken me years, guys. I've been doing this for 20 years. Jason's been doing it for over 20 years. That's not why we say it. We say it because I've also invested 20 million in paid traffic to figure this stuff out. So although it may sound easy, it was not easy to figure out. It took us years. Jason has invested decades to figure out the things that he's figured out. He has studied countless hundreds, if not thousands of hours of sales psychology, right? So that's all being culminated today on this masterclass. That's why I'm super excited about it. And we both, lucky for you, are damn competitive. So we're going to spend the next probably couple of webinars trying to outdo each other. That's just common nature. It's how Jason and I met. Our first time meeting was competing. And so we've always been like that. But it's always been competition with respect. We've always supported and helped one another. And now that gets to deliver you guys value. So I'm excited. I'm pumped. I'm warning you ahead of time. This is not going to go in any way that we planned. It's going to go in its own way. For example, I looked at what Jason's presenting and I'm like, dude, I don't think I get to talk today. Like, this is just going to be too much. If I come on also and do my part, it's going to be ridiculous. So we're open to the notion and idea that we might split this into two webinars. All right. Not because we don't want to stay here until 2 a.m. with you, but because at some point, if the information gets so overwhelming, you're not going to apply any of it. It's going to all mesh in. So let's just let you absorb what he's got. And then we come back. Now, let's see where it goes. Maybe I do present it. I don't know what the hell's going to happen. All I know is it's going to be awesome. All right. So before I turn things over to Jason and I ask him to talk for a second or two, let me tell you a little bit about Jason. I was the one to go to him and say, let's do this. And when he said yes, I was pumped because I would argue that he and I have some of probably or two of maybe the 5 or 6 biggest webinar marketers on the planet. And we have incredibly complementary skills, right? So there was a partnership to be had there where we both bring something very unique to the table. This webinar itself is a manifestation of that. Right? Where I did what I do best. We're going to have a room that's going to be absolutely full here. It's already filling up. It's going to be full to the brim. And then Jason did what he does best. And you're about to see that. Guys, Jason charges over $3,000 to $5,000 an hour. And if you want to buy a day of his, good luck. Probably not even going to be able to do it. He works with the best of the best. So Alex Hormozi, I can say this because he publicly put it out on a podcast recently, but if you've seen Alex Hormozi's launches, they're mega, they're epic, right? Iman Gadzi, some of these huge people, they are outpaying him ridiculous amounts of money. He ain't doing it for free. I know that. And he's here today to spend hours with you to teach you exactly what it is he does for them. How many of you are excited? Give me a yes in the chat right now if that pumps you up. If you understand how amazing that is. Yeses are blowing up. All right. So with that said, Jason, take it away. Tell us about what we can expect today, what you're excited about. Everyone's pumped. Everyone pop the name Jason into the chat so he can see it and he can get pumped and excited as well. Put Jason in the chat. Share the love. There we go. Look at that pouring
I'm
in.
so hyped.
Jason, what's going to happen, man? What are we in for?
I'm so grateful. Well, first thing that's going to happen is I'm going to try to share the slides on the screen. Now, I'm doing something different than I normally do. I'm using Google Slides. That's because I hired 7 people this year to help me do more webinars. Isn't that insane? And so we now work off of webinars because we're in more demand than ever on doing webinars. And so while other people are thinking AI is decreasing the demand for services, I am seeing the inverse. I am seeing an increase. And my team and I worked all day up until the minute on this presentation for you here today. But I'm doing it in Google Slides. This is new for me. I've been 18 years in the game and it's new. So you should see on the slide, and if you do, put yes in the chat. 4,030 registrants for this live. Yes, we are live here today. Let me see. It's 5:08 Pacific time, Tuesday, July 22nd. We are here live. And I bring this up because my favorite thing on the webinar is answering questions at the end. I am the best in the world at it. I will prove it to you. I will help you unblock yourself regardless of whether you buy or do not buy. So that's why I bring this up. But I'm working off of Google Slides. I've never done a live presentation off of Google Slides like this before. Cross fingers and toes. Here we go. Now let's start this off like legit. I want to share with you, to begin this webinar, with the greatest money-making secret I have ever learned. Would you like to know the greatest money-making secret I have ever learned? If so, put yeses in the chat. Let me know if you'd like to know the greatest money-making secret I have ever learned. Okay? Well, it goes like this. It's really cool. It has 2 parts, and the first part has to do with needs. Every one of us on planet Earth, we have a choice. We can either focus on our own needs, or we can focus on the needs of others. And what I've discovered early on in my career, I was blessed to discover this, is that if I focus more on the needs of others, then the more I could satisfy my own needs. So if I could solve your problems, then I became less aware of my problems. I have a lot of problems, but I don't see any of them if I'm focusing on helping you solve your problems. And if I can serve you, I found that that best serves me. So that's the first part of the greatest money-making secret that I know, and that's what I put to use. And I found webinars, independent of whether they sell or don't sell, are the greatest mass market one-to-many service tool that exists. We focus on other people's problems and other people's needs, and that helps us get our own needs met, and that helps us get whatever we want. Now, here's the second part of this greatest money-making secret that I know, and you'll love this. Tick, 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 tick. The second part is time, meaning that I put this principle to work specifically with webinars over the last 18 years straight. I did it with a headache. I did it when I didn't want to do it. I did it when it was hard. I did it when it was easy. I did it when it rained. I did it when the sun was shining. I did it in the US. I did it in Dubai. I did it in Germany and all over Europe. I did it when I was alone and when I was sad. And I did it as I fell in love. I did it before it was cool. I did it while it was cool. Then I did it again after it became uncool again. It fell in and out of style twice, and I still did it. I did it in 2007, and 18 years later, I'm still doing it, still on the front line, still dedicated, still working it, baby, still trying to get better. And at the heart of it, here's what I've discovered. 3 things. Offer audience webinar. You know these. And it's amazing what the world can provide to you. And we're going to get into each one of these elements here very briefly. Now, on today's webinar, I have two hopes. And here's my first hope: that you take all the free stuff I'm about to give you, you implement it in your business, you create massive results with it, and just freaking live an amazing, wonderful, beautiful life. That's the first hope. And if that's all that happens today, I will be so incredibly happy. I will feel so good, because my chief focus is on having the biggest impact that I possibly can on your business, regardless of whether you decide to pay me money or not. You winning is how I win the most. But my second hope: if it makes sense for you to invest in the offer that I'm going to make at the end, then my hope is that you'll snatch it up quick, fast, in a hurry, and get on with it, get into it, and get results from it. Because see, if you're the right person, what we're going to offer you at the end of the day will cost you more not to own it than the investment you'll have to make to own it. That's a secret, by the way, and I'll show you how to make that work so you can apply that in your business. Now, whether you don't even have a dime to spend yet today, and whether you're brand new and building your knowledge base, or whether you're a seasoned pro who does 6 figures, 7 figures, 8 figures, even 9 figures per year in your business, there will be something of intense value for you today. I promise you, independent of whether you invest with Anik and I or not. And this is going to be an experimental webinar too, something I've never done before. This is risky. I don't recommend it. But hey, I'm trying to push the boundaries here. If it works, oh my God, we're going to all have the best day of our lives here today. And if it doesn't work and I somehow crash and burn, then grab the popcorn, laugh at me, and at least you'll be entertained. Because what I'm going to do today might totally screw up my sales pitch at the end, but you know what? I'm willing to take that risk. We're going to attempt to try to do 2 webinars at once with the pitch in the middle. I don't know if we'll pull it off or not. I don't know how it'll go. This is going to be fun. Here's how it's going to work. First, I'm going to focus on the psychological principles of webinars, how you can use them to get people to say yes. I'm going to dive into the conversion elements. I'm going to unpack the persuasive power underneath them, some of the discoveries only I have made that I'm going to lay bare for you today. I'm going to give you the tech, the strategy, the tactics. I'm going to give you specific copy and pastable stuff that works regardless of industry, niche, environment, whatever. Then I'm going to make you the offer, and the whole purpose is to see if I can push both the value and awesomeness without screwing up my sales pitch at the end. Because unfortunately, a lot of people out there doing webinars are still on that old 2015 webinar model, that old 2015 grind, which is kind of like this. Don't give the audience anything that they can actually implement. That's the modus operandi of most webinars, and that's over a decade old, and it's a philosophy that I hate with every fiber of my being. So the other people's approach to webinars goes like this. They say, rip open your wound, pour some salt in it, and then sell the cure. I'm not going to do that, and I don't want you to do that either. I want you to find ways where people can recognize that you're the real deal and want to give you money as a result of that if they're the right prospects. And the webinar brings them to you and allows that to happen. And so this is what we're going to try to do here. We're going to try to push the game of webinars forward as opposed to these old dinosaurs trying to hold it back. So I'm going to push the envelope, see what's possible, empower you along the way. So buckle up, click, strap in. This could get interesting. Now, before we go any further, though, I just want to be very clear on where these secrets I'm about to share with you came from. Because you may not know who I am. And you might not know the incredible difficulties that I had to go through to uncover the secrets I'm going to hand over to you today on a silver platter. My name is Jason Fladien, and when it comes to webinars, I hold all the records in the space. Recently just did a record-breaking launch on a platform called WAP. WAP processes $1.1 billion per year in sales. That's a billion with a B. And we broke the 30-day sales record, and we broke the month-long sales record in 48 hours in 19 minutes. Not bad, huh? We sold over 8 figures of product in just 2 days, and it was a $1,500 product. And the average age of the buyer was 24 years old. That had never been done before. Never anything close to it. Two things about that, by the way. First, we did it with a series of webinars, which until recently, I would never dare to teach you or anybody who wasn't already an 8-figure business how to do multiple webinars, because most people struggle to do a single webinar and get it done. But I have a secret weapon that I'll share with you shortly. I wrote my core webinar for this launch on a plane. I wrote the webinar on a plane with really crappy Wi-Fi. But this brand new 8-figure record shows you webinars are working better than ever in 2025. Caveat, provided you follow the approach that I'm about to share with you. Now, second, what I wanted to bring this up to you with is it shows you don't have to sell incredibly expensive products or have highly sophisticated audiences that are already rich and successful for you to be successful with webinars. They work in any situation where you can reach masses of people who have pressing problems and are willing to invest money to solve those problems. If that is the case, the webinar is the best tool in the toolkit to do this with, my friend. Now, this is just one of the many results that I've gotten with webinars. A few years before this, in the financial space, we partnered with somebody. They came to us with an idea, and 226 days later, we sold $57.9 million in product, applying principles, strategies, and techniques I'm going to share with you today. I've also sold millions and millions of dollars of my own products. I've written dozens of webinars that have cleared 7 figures apiece. I even still to this day, 10 years later, hold the record for the biggest affiliate promotion of all time, where I sold $9.8 million of somebody else's product using webinars. One of you are on the call right now because I saw you in the chat before we get started saying the last time I was on a webinar, I bought from Jason and this is what you bought. And I did this in 8 days. So I have more experience and more results with webinars. Therefore, I have more insights to give you than you can get anywhere else. Now, I don't ever want you to get the impression for one single solitary second that you can get the results that I've just gotten. I don't expect you to come anywhere close to those results. And I don't want to have you have the expectation that you can even sniff around those results from us just doing a webinar training here today. First of all, the results that I've gotten, literally nobody else has gotten. I am a one of one. So in this industry and in this time frame, in those conditions, I literally stand alone. And I've been doing webinars for 18 years. Even though I look like I'm barely over 25, I was actually born in 1983. Shout out to all y'all out there in 1983. I'm a father. I have 3 kids. I'm a happily married man. I have a life outside of business. Business is part of my life. It's not my entire life. And a big key to my success is I've been able to invest every year that I've been doing webinars into the next year to get better and better with a single monomaniacal focus on never-ending improvement. And my main focus here today is to give you techniques. And if those techniques help you win, fantastic. If that win is small, great. If that win is large and tremendous, amazing. The size of the win is going to depend a lot on your own circumstances, but the technique is the technique. And if you're using 3rd rate, 4th rate, 5th rate, terrible technique, that doesn't make me happy. So let me give you the best techniques. Regardless of where you're at in your journey, my hope is that the merit of what I teach you today will be self-evident, will stand alone, and then you can put it to the test and you can get whatever result makes sense in your circumstances, your situation, your desires, with your drive and your goals. Does that sound good to you? If so, let me know in the chat. Give me a yes, give me a thumbs up, give me a fire emoji, give me a goat, give me whatever it has to be so we can connect together right now and we can move on to the next phase of this webinar. Now, when it comes to the secrets of the most successful webinar, there are 3 areas at play. There is the offer, there is the audience, and then there is the webinar itself. And I have a little quiz for you, a quick test for you. A great offer to the right audience with a weak webinar, does that do well or does that do poor? Great offer, weak webinar, how we doing here? Well, here's the reality. The answer is, hell yes, it does well. Even if you have a meh webinar, but you have a killer offer to a hot audience, you're going to crush it, my friend. The webinar doesn't have to be that good if the offer is incredible. So if you're taking notes, and I highly recommend that you take notes, that should be a note that you wrote down. Killer offer, average webinar equals crushing it. Now flip it. Let's say you have the best webinar ever written in history, but the offer is weak and the audience is off. Then how do you do? Well, you do poor and you stay poor. So a great webinar with a terrible offer equals terrible results. And here's the thing about offers. Offers and audiences, you can't separate them. They go hand in hand. Different offers have different appeals to different audiences. So what we need to do is understand our audience, know our audience, and from that, we can craft the most compelling offer possible to that audience. Then once we have that locked down, we put it into a very straightforward, very easy 15-part, I know that sounds like a lot, trust me, we're going to chunk it down, very easy to follow webinar framework. That's the secret sauce. You get the audience and the offer right first, and then you can worry about perfecting your webinar. Then the pieces kind of snap in place. Not the other way around. A lot of people got it twisted. They're spending so long on the webinar and not enough time getting the offer and the audience right. This is why we start with the audience, specifically buyer profile. My guess is if we pulled you and we asked you in the audience right now, and we got a full house tonight, and remember, we're going to stay around and we're going to answer every question possible before we're done here today. My guess is that 9 out of 10 of you, maybe 99 out of 100 of you don't have a well-developed, solid, and validated buyer profile. No wonder you're struggling then. A buyer profile, if in case you don't know, is the problems, the fears, the desires, the wishes and dreams, the blames, the excuses, and the objections that prevent your target audience from getting what they want. So you want to be able to have a list of all of their top fears, their desires, their blames, and their objections, plus the most powerful emotions that they experience on a day-to-day basis, and how those fears and how those desires and emotions affect the key relationships that are most important in their life. This is not something you can skip. This is something that is absolutely required if you really want to serve people, impact people, and then get that financial freedom that you desire and that you deserve. So what I have discovered is if I tell you this, it's one thing. Can I show you? Can I show you what a well-developed, powerful buyer profile looks like? Would this be helpful to you if you can kind of see it? Because I think a lot of people make this more complicated than it has to be. But what I've discovered is if you put it out and you take the time to develop it, it gives you such leverage and such a head start in your business. So let's jam on it. Let's take a look at it. Let's use an example, not in the internet marketing space or the digital marketing space or the business space or B2B. Let's do a B2C example. Let's do it in the yoga and self-compassion niche. So say you're selling an offer that's going to help somebody utilize yoga and self-compassion to improve themselves and to help them get what they're desiring and what they want. So I'm going to give you the profile first. And then I'm going to show you something that's going to make your mind spin. That's going to completely blow your mind and get you giddy with excitement if you have any entrepreneurial impulse in your bones. So here's the first thing that you want to do with a buyer profile. You want to start with a brief description. This is basic demographic details. Give the avatar of the buyer profile a name, an age range, and an overall description of exactly who she is. So Sarah's a high-achieving professional woman, likely in a demanding career, et cetera, et cetera. It just needs to be a couple paragraphs, and it just needs to composite profile, put it out there in black and white. This is who I'm serving. And then what you want to do next is you want to put their core problem, the one problem that if you could solve it would solve all their other problems. And you want to write that down in a brief couple of paragraphs. So she's trapped in a vicious cycle of self-criticism and burnout, believing that being harsh on herself is the only path to success, and so on. So very simple, but everybody skips it, even though it's the most important first step. Especially when I work with clients, I enter in all kinds of markets, and I apply these techniques, and they work across all kinds of different industries. And the first thing we know is know the audience. And now we get into the good stuff. Now we identify the most powerful emotions around our audience's problem. Because why do people buy? They don't buy logically. They buy because of emotional feelings, things that are pushing them away from stuff, and things that are pulling them to other stuff. And so a simple thing we can do is identify what are the 5 biggest emotions that are driving them. And in this particular case, for this buyer profile, exhaustion, frustration, disconnection, overwhelm, yearning, put a little sentence next to them, you're good to go. Then you get into fears. The number one reason people don't buy is because they're afraid. The number one motivator that somebody shows up to buy is fear. So fear is the most critical of all elements when it comes to being successful with webinars. So we put the top 5 fears that we see today down there, so we have a starting point. And now we add depth to those fears by linking them to key relationships like this. So this is how they affect the self, the family, the work, the body, friends, and so forth. Next, we identify things that they've tried in the past that didn't work, like this, so we can juxtapose our solution against things that didn't work, and we can then position ourselves to be the thing that is the answer to where the failing had occurred in the past. And then we put down what they refused to do. So we make sure not to position and offer our solution to go against these things that they refuse to do. So you list that down there very quickly. And now we focus on the dreams, wishes, and the desires that they want, the outcomes that they wish so much to occur, and how this would affect their relationships. So we connect it to that, the self, the family, work, body, life, whatever makes the most sense depending on your audience. And now we define their criteria of success. What must happen for them to be successful? We put that down, and then we pinpoint the things that they need to give up and that they're willing to give up, and we put that down here as I did. And now we say, who do they blame? So we can make sure not to be part of that group, and again, position ourselves as the solution to the people that have stopped them and prevented them in the past, or the experiences that they've had like this. And then we identify the key objections they would need to overcome in order to say yes to your offer. Now, this is very boring. I feel uncomfortable sharing this on a webinar with you here today because there's no way to make it fun or exciting, and it takes a little bit of time to unpack. But I share it with you because it is critical. It is step one. Everybody else out there is teaching you starting on at least step 2, if not 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, and then you're wondering why you struggle because you skipped the most important step because it's boring. And it's also incredibly hard. It is incredibly hard to develop a full buyer profile. This takes many days of research, if not weeks, if not months, and you're always second guessing yourself. Was that really an important fear? Is that really something that they don't want to do? There's a lot of ambiguity and a lot of guesswork involved in this, or shall I say, was involved. Would you like to see how to design an AI prompt to create a buyer profile for you in seconds? Do you think that could be incredibly helpful to you? Now, keyword, I said design. If you sign up with the offer I'm going to make at the end, I'm going to give you all the prompts. But I also want to teach you how to fish yourself so you can develop your own prompts. So I'm going to give you the prompt here. You could screenshot it if you want. You could reverse engineer it later. But more important, I'm going to explain why the prompt works so you can develop your own prompts. And my hope is later you come back and share it with me so we can mastermind. We can crowdsource the intelligent and up-level our games and our impact on the world even further. But it starts with a prompt. All your prompts, when you develop prompts, and I don't care what you use, ChatGPT, Grok, Claude, Anthropic, doesn't matter to me. They're all pretty good. So all your prompts should start with context. That's what does matter. So in this case, the context is buyer profile, and not just any old buyer profile, one specifically for webinars. I want a buyer profile for webinars. You should get very granular and specific with your prompting. And the magic here is it's going to extract these from the competition's sales letters. Ooh, hang in there with me. I'm going to talk more about that here in a second, all right? After you create context, next you define the role. This is essentially the occupation that the AI is going to take on in order to fulfill its duties. So in this case, we've defined it. It's a consumer psychology expert that has a background in things like neurolinguistic programming, emotional intelligence mapping, and conversion psychology. Now, I don't know why, because I've tried about 27 different variations of these, different expertises. These three seem to work the best. So the coolest thing about AI prompting is you just keep refactoring over and over again until you get the very best. So you define the role here. And next you give it the actions it must take. This is where you want to be incredibly thorough and complete. This is when you want to over-engineer your prompt. The other stuff, you don't have to. A paragraph, maybe 2, and you're pretty good. This is when you want to get down to the brass tacks. So in this case, we define each part of the buyer profile. So core problem identification, emotional mapping, fear analysis, relationship impact assessment, failed solution mining, resistance identification, transformation mapping, so on and so forth. And we give it a lot of steps. Because if you don't, AI can go off the rails and start hallucinating and doing some really stupid stuff very quickly that will not help you. So this is where you want to get very specific. And then next, you give it the format you want it to return its answer in. So that way it's the most useful to you. So I like the actual profile that I showed you earlier. Here's the name, here's the age, here's the description, here's the core problem, here's the top 5 most powerful emotions, and so forth. And then lastly, you identify the target audience that's going to be the recipient of this prompt. In this case, it's you, a marketer who needs a webinar developed. Is that cool? I know it's a little geeky. I know I'm running a risk right now by teaching you technique and by breaking down specifics. Like that is not the best way that the old sales pros are going to teach you how to sell somebody, because I should be problem and agitating right now. I shouldn't be teaching and I shouldn't be training. That might hurt my sales later. But my hope is by breaking down some of these key insights that nobody's really talking about, that we're proving in the marketplace by testing different things over the last 7 months and then giving you the findings, that's going to make you very excited. So hopefully I'm right. You let me know. But this is the target audience here. Now, this is the last piece. This is how you use this prompt. And this is the beauty of the prompt. You just paste in a sales letter. You can paste in more than one. So you can take other products in the market that are similar to the product that you offer or want to offer. You could take competitors' sales letters. You could take other sales letters that have been written in that space. You copy and paste them, and then you run the prompt. So all you need now for instant, effective, better buyer profiles than 95% of the audiences out there can create on their own. You just need a prompt like the one you see on the left, and you need a sales letter. That's it. Guess what we can do? We can create a buyer profile, understand our best buyers, and from this we can leverage and create killer offers and webinar scripts at the same damn time. And hold me to that. I will prove that to you. So we can do this in about 2 minutes now, often even less. Now let's take a step back for a second, get some context here. When we talk about webinars and we talk about offers, I like to think of them in terms of a chef with ingredients. So you're the chef as the webinar presenter, or whoever you hire to do the webinars for you, they're the chef. So the chef, the value the chef brings to the table is the skills, how well you can train, how well you can communicate on the webinar, and how well you can sell, those types of techniques. So the chef is important. And the better the chef, the more impact you can have. But then there's also the ingredients. These are the things that you put into the presentation, which are the offer and all of its parts. So the components of the offer, the pricing as the offer relates to it, the bonuses, the scarcity, the guarantees, those kind of things. And here's what I've discovered. It's hard to make a good meal with really bad ingredients. I don't care how good you are as a chef. It's hard to do it. On the flip side, if you have incredible ingredients, you don't need to be that great of a chef in order to do really well. So what matters more? Being a really skilled webinar presenter or having the best ingredients? And the answer is by a long country mile. It's the ingredients that matter the most. And here are the ingredients that you can use to cook up a killer offer. Write these down. The core part of your offer, which is the main thing you're selling, the price of it, how you position it, the bonuses, the extra value that you add, the risk involved and how you minimize it, and the scarcity, which is what happens if the audience chooses to delay their investment with you if they are the right fit. Now, I can tell you a couple things about an offer because I know a couple things about an offer. You might recognize this guy, Alex Hermosi. He's doing a book launch coming up here in August, and he hired me for 5 days of consulting. And I'm going to be on site with him when he launches the book. We've already started working on his offer. Now, the thing about it is Alex is the single best-selling author of all time on the subject of offers. And before he wrote the book that sold 1 million+ copies called $100 Million Offers, he said to me the following: "You may not remember me, but you changed my life." I gave him a piece of advice when he was starting out in his business, when he made a couple $1 million, before he made $100+ million. I gave him a piece of advice that helped him get there sooner, okay? And then he says, I stumbled upon your webinars course. This was from 2017, so a while ago. He says, it's the single best course I've seen on offer creation and persuasion. And I've forgotten more in the last 8 years than most people know about this stuff. I have improved so much since then, it's insane. And this was pre-AI. And then he says, the section on bonus communication and guarantees was worth its weight in gold. Thank you for being excellent. This was a text message that he sent me out of the blue one day. So the best-selling author, what the world knows is the topmost authority on the matter of offer construction, hires me to help him create and solidify his offers. So this is where this comes from. And here's what's really cool. Now, for the first time in history, we can write the offer and we can write the webinar at the exact same time. What most people do is try to write the webinar and then shove the offer in there, or other people will create an offer first but takes too long or do something wrong in the offer. You ever paint yourself into a corner? They do that with offers. Now we can avoid both of those issues. Can you even imagine what an advantage this gives you if you understand the value of what I'm discussing with you right now? It's hard to comprehend. If only you knew, and I will do my best to communicate this to you. We will create the offer and the webinar script at the exact same time. Would you like to see it in action? Let's go, baby. When it comes to the offer, the first part is the core components. And there's something slick I discovered early on about offers that was a big aha moment. It was a paradigm shifter. It was a game changer. And I've been the first one to really teach people like Alex Hormozi and other 8, 9-figure types this huge insight. And it's this. When you first introduce a webinar offer, you want people to think they're seeing your whole offer when you're only showing them a tiny part. There's a lot of reasons why, but let me show it to you. Let me show you how you can create an AI prompt to do this. So even if you don't quite understand what I'm saying, the AI prompt will do it for you. Just like I don't understand how this electricity around me works, but I can flip a light switch on. You are now going to have the power to create the first part of an offer automatically, quickly, and easy, utilizing the most powerful psychology I've ever uncovered and installed in 9-figure businesses, and you can do it in a few simple minutes. Would you like to see it? Okay, here's what it does. It starts with role and context, just like we always do. And on top of that, you sprinkle the magic dust, which is your job is to help me build the core offer section of my webinar, the part where I reveal what people think they're buying before we even mention bonuses or price. So AI in a million years, if you were trying to train it on your own, would never know to do this. If you said, write a webinar like Jason Fladien and do the core offer stuff, it would never know to do this. Because the real value of AI is when you combine it with proprietary, AKA secret information. And that's what we're doing here. So the key word is think, right? Next, we use a proprietary framework, which I have embedded in the prompt. So now this prompt is trained specifically on the methodology and only the methodology that I want it to use. It will even come up with a killer name for you on the spot if you don't know what to name your offer. Now, if you have a great name, you can put it in there. If not, it will suggest some amazing names for your offer right here. See, what I taught the world leaders on offers is this: barely show any of it up front before you ask for the offer. And then this prompt, what it will do is give you specific responses to choose from that are better than any that you can come up with on your own. So this is the power of this prompt. Have it tell you not just the answer, but give 4 or 5 choices on what this could be. And then you have your core offer, and all you got to do now is come up with your components to sell its value. So these are components. These are examples of components. You know, the 3 to 7 things that compose your core offer. And this is in the past a very difficult thing to do. You're like, well, what should they be? What should I pull out? What should I highlight from my core offer? Now, we've already used the prompt to develop the name of your core offer and to reveal it and to position it and to show it to the audience. And now we come up with the components. It's the same thing. Use my proprietary formula to do this. It's called setup, payoff, tie down. And we use this for every single prompt. Again, I invented this after thousands and thousands of hours working with clients. I found the single best way that you could ever present anything on a webinar is to set it up first, pay it off, and then to tie it down. Now, I used to teach this for hours, and it was difficult, and it was hard, and most people still couldn't implement it, even after hours of effort and support and technology and teaching. Now we just do it automatically. We just do it with AI. And this prompt will specifically set up every core deliverable. It will suggest core deliverables to us for our offer. It will set them up properly, and then it will pay them off in the most valuable way that I know how. Sexy headline, feature plus benefit bullet points, future pacing, what life will be like once they've achieved the result, and then offering proof to support the claims. And that's what we put into this prompt. And here's what's really cool. It then ties it down so you can lock in the value. So you get the audience to agree with you that what you just showed them was something that is incredibly valuable. And if they agree that it's valuable, then they're more likely to invest in it. And all of that is done in this prompt that I'm showing you right here. And then once you do that, then you give them the specific script development in the prompt. You say, I want it to flow like this. I want it to run like this. I want it to come out like this. And it guides you hand by hand to creating a better core offer faster than you could do on your own, even if you were training and training and training and training. Would you like to see an example output of this? So this is something that I created in 2 minutes right before this webinar. And I made it up. This isn't a real offer. I just wanted to go through the process and see what it uncovered. So it came up with this concept called the conversion code. I was like, damn, that's a fantastic name. It gave me a couple names to choose from, and I picked this one. Now, the first thing you do with a core offer, I didn't tell you this yet, is you introduce it with a story. You say, first of all, this is the opener I always use when I make an offer. So when I make you an offer later, I will use this as well. I say, it's with great pleasure that I introduce you to ... So it follows that structure. Then it tells the story of the creation of the offer, guided through it. And then when it gets done, it differentiates it from other things that they've invested in the past. And then it pays it off with that classic Fladien line. Here is what you get when you sign up for insert product name today. Word for word script in seconds, maybe minutes. So this biggest issue of webinars, what are we selling? How do we introduce it? The thing that struggles, that everybody else gets struggled with, now becomes so easy and so effective. Isn't this incredible? I don't even know if you understand how powerful this is and how you can use it. Insane. Okay? But we're just getting started. Because the next thing is when you introduce it, you put your price up front. Now, this is the big thing that I've done with pricing that nobody else has done on webinars. Some people still disagree with me on this, but I've beaten everyone, so I'm right and they're wrong. The thing about price is price always feels high until you position it correctly, and then it can feel like a bargain. And how consumers judge price is completely illogical. This is why we put the price up front in our pitch when we do webinars. We don't put it at the end. Everybody else shows you everything, and then they end on price. We show you very little, start on price, and then we end on value. So if you're writing anything down, write this down. So this is an example of a webinar, made 6 figures for me. I have every different webinar I use now does the same exact process. And because it's a process, we can create a prompt around it very simply. So we start with context. We say this is the context of it is, and this context creates the pricing frame. And then from here, we use price anchoring, the most effective way that you possibly can position price. And from that, we create flexibility because we can't just be rigid, fill in the blanks. The world doesn't work that way. So it will create and be dynamic based on who you are and your style and the topic and the pricing and so on and so forth. So we put that flexibility in there. We have the ability, if you have client success stories or if you don't have client success stories, we have that flexibility of the different things that you'll feel comfortable comparing it with, but it's all guided by AI, and now it's done in seconds to present the best possible price in the best possible way. Would you like to see how it looks? It looks just like this. Now, this is what's crazy about webinars, right? This is not a lot of script. This is not that many words. This is why so many people struggle with webinars, even though they're the most profitable thing that you could ever do. It's because you have to write a lot of words. You have to create a lot of structure to make webinars work successfully. But I can now spit this out in seconds and have all the psychology in place. So how valuable is all this? It's a line I always use when I introduce price. You will see me do it later to you. And then at the very end, I say, or if you prefer, you can take care of it all at once. Because you don't say you can pay for it all at once, because that puts the word pay in their mind. You could say you take care of it all at once for just $9.97 when you go to insert, URL right here. So that's an embedded call to action. I always do it. I will do it to you later. Watch me. But are you beginning to see how easy this is now going to be for you to effectively position your price? Because everybody gets so scared about price. They get freaked out about, how do I introduce price? What kind of price should I put it at? This AI prompt takes care of it. And I just didn't show you the AI prompt. I showed you how to build the AI prompt as well. So you can have it both ways. Now, here's the most important part when it comes to adding value to your offer, and it's bonuses. Your bonuses, more than anything, will influence how effectively somebody looks at the value of your offer. This is why we put it after price, by the way. Now, the value of the bonus section is like this. It's how do you create the most value? What's the easiest way we can use it to create conversion? And how do we also use it to crush objections and resistance that stops customers from buying? Well, we create a prompt like this. We have a prompt that will guide you step by step through the process of creating bonuses. And one of the values of bonuses is multiple modalities, which is why the first thing we do is we say, choose the modality for this bonus. So we use this for each bonus. So you don't want 7 trainings as 7 bonuses. That's like saying, hey, have 7 bowls of ice cream, because if 1 bowl of ice cream is good, 7 bowls must be better, right? No, they'll get sick, right? This is why all the best restaurants have multi-course meals that introduce different things along the way. So this prompt will help you deliver the best bonus package ever. If you know your bonus package, great, you put it into this prompt and it will help you spit it out. If you don't know your bonuses yet, or you need help creating your bonus package, it will guide you specifically on how to create the best bonuses. It will tailor suggestions based on the type of bonus that you select. So if you select spreadsheets, it has a different protocol for that than if you select group coaching, for example. So it will tailor make it based on the modality. And then it will position it to make it desirable, exclusive, VIP status. And we will create a price anchor around it. We will make somebody feel like they should have to pay a lot of money in order to get this. We will highlight it and specifically position its value. And people will be over the moon excited when the value gets brought home to want to get this bonus. And then you can do it as many times as you want to for as many bonuses as you want to create. And if that's all we did, by the way, that's not all we do, because we also make it scarce. So we combine scarcity with the bonus, and now we have the best persuasion formula of all time. We have properly positioned and articulated bonuses, the right types of bonuses delivered in the right order after the price has been revealed, set up properly, paid off properly, locked in, tied down properly, with advanced bonus strategies that would take me hours to teach you and be difficult to implement, that can now be done in seconds, presented in the perfect manner with this AI prompt. For example, here's what it looks like. So this is the bonus. Remember the conversion code earlier? One of the bonuses is Conversion Sniper. And that's not a title I came up with. It's not even a bonus I came up with. It's one AI guided me through. And when I was done, I was like, holy cow, this would be an incredible bonus to create. And then it wrote the whole bonus presentation for me. How powerful would this be for you to use? Bonuses were the single biggest reason that I sold $9.8 million of somebody else's product as an affiliate. I got hundreds of people who already own that $5,000 product to buy again. And at the heart of it, it was because of the bonus package that I create. And all of that knowledge that AI doesn't understand or get is now structured and created into prompts that make you have the best, most killer offer possible. Because Alex says that stuff I know on bonuses, it's worth its weight in gold. Now, after we increase value on an offer, we decrease risk. And the value of risk is this: decreasing it is most customers only buy when they run out of excuses to say no. And the number one excuse is not value, it's risk. And there's a lot of ways that we can do guarantees. So what I've discovered is the best guarantee for most people to teach them, because it's the easiest, and I have a whole bunch of different prompts. And a lot of these I have more than one prompt. And in this, I have several different prompts that I use for guarantees. Here's one of them that I would love to share for you because it's so simple. It's called a conditional guarantee. Conditional guarantees basically say, hey, listen, you just do this simple thing, and if you're not happy, then you'll get your money back. So it removes the risk, but it also decreases your return rate, so you get the best of both worlds. And so we do the same thing. We provide the clear instructions specifically embedded into the prompt, and now you know exactly what to do, and when it's done, here's a very simple output. You say, here's how it works. Just send 3 cold emails using our script in the next 14 days. And if you still don't feel like you got your money's worth, just let us know and we'll return every penny. No hassle, no hard feelings. We're confident the system works. But if you show us you took action and still didn't get value, we don't want your money. You win either way. That's really good stuff. And it was done instantaneously, just like that. And this is just one of the many guarantee prompts that I've developed that you can utilize and improve your webinar scripting and simultaneously increase how good your offer is. And then the last part about an offer is the scarcity. And here's the value of scarcity. Maybe kills more fortunes than no ever will. So scarcity increases demand to move from no to yes more than any other factor that exists out there. I know a lot about how to do proper, ethical, believable, effective scarcity. And I have a prompt now. And the prompt looks like this. So we start with the context and the role. In this case, I define it because I know every single different way there is to do scarcity. So I put all of those ways into the prompt so it can select and choose which scarcity, and it can give you examples and choices that you can pick from each element of scarcity. One of the things that people don't understand about scarcity is you have to have a reason why for the scarcity. It will help you uncover the most effective reason why. You have to make the scarcity believable. It will help you articulate the scarcity in the most believable fashion. You should also use soft language. You can't just be hard scarcity. So you say, limited time only. You'll miss out on this. This is exclusive to webinar attendees. It will script in the soft scarcity language as well as using hard language as well. And then it will show you the best way to communicate that scarcity. And it will sanity check it to make sure that the scarcity is congruent with everything else that you've done in the webinar. Here's an example of what this looks like. So my best scarcity technique of all time, the one that's made me more money than any other scarcity, is the delete from the recordings webinar only bonus. If you're watching the replay, you will not see this. We had to put this slide on the screen so we could edit it out from the replay. You're only seeing this because you're here live. It is the most effective scarcity you could ever do. I've tried to coach clients through it for hours and they can't quite get it. Very few of them do. Now we just give them an AI prompt and now it just writes it for them. This is scary. Look at all of that. All of that was outputted very basically, and that's one of the many different scarcity outputs that this prompt can give to you. You now have a superpower at your fingertips, as scarcity is the most powerful conversion lever ever. But if you mess it up, if you don't do it right, it can kill your sales. So now here's the most effective way to do it right. Isn't that crazy? Are you liking this so far? So I was nervous when I was teaching this a little bit ago and laying this out. I'm like, is this too much? Is this too technical? Is this too tough? Are we getting too into the weeds? Is this going to hurt my sales later on? I don't know. Are you getting a lot of value? Let me know in the chat. Because this is going to determine where we go from here. Because my question to you is this: should we stop here? Or should we just build out the rest of the webinar? Should we just do the whole thing? Yeah? Okay, cool. All right, let's go. Strap in. Put the kids to bed. We're going to get busy, all right? So the offer is the most important thing. Until we know what we're selling, we can't do anything else. We can't set up the offer properly. We can't do the right introduction for our webinar. But now that we've nailed the offer, and I've taught it to you, and it took me longer to show you than it will for you to run the prompts, now we start with a hook. One of the best hooks I've ever discovered for webinars is what I call the pop quiz. I invented this many years ago. I still use it to this day. This is a webinar that uses the pop quiz hook. It's been running 16 years consecutively. That has to be a record. And now we can create a pop quiz introduction hook to our webinar just like that. Here is the prompt. What we do is we define the role, we provide the context, and we ask for examples. This is the most important thing, is you always have the AI give you multiple examples to choose from. We also put in our own examples so it knows what types of examples that we're looking for. And then we give it a script. Use my scripts. So you can reverse engineering by painfully watching and listening to every webinar I've ever done. That's what I did. And then from that, creating the scripts that can be used in these prompts, or you can just use my prompts. And then you can give it delivery tips. This is how I'm going to be presenting it, or this is the best practice to present it. So give me words that are easiest to speak out loud, that have the right rhythm and that have the right energy. And so you can define the tone. And then it will give you this example. So, all right, everyone, before we dive into today's training, we're going to start with a quick pop quiz. I want you to type T for true or F for false in the chat for each statement, and some of these answers might completely surprise you. Are you ready? Here we go. Question number 1, true or false? If your MRI shows disc degeneration, herniation, or arthritis, that's what's causing your pain. And the answer is false. Here's what's crazy. ... This is gold. This is insane. This is exactly how I would teach you to do it manually. You'd pay me for an hour of consulting. We would spend 20 minutes on this. You would go back and forth. You would go and try to implement it. You would get it kind of right. You'd pay me for another hour of consulting. You would come back. We would tighten it up, and then it would be good. Or we just use these prompts. And it created the whole hook for you. You know, webinars are tough because it would take you 30 to 60 minutes to write your own hook, and a hook on a webinar should only be about 2 minutes long. No wonder this is so tough. No wonder why everybody wants webinars to be dead, because they don't want to work hard. Now, we don't have to work hard, but we get the output of my hard work condensed through automation. It even does the last line right, but here's what nobody's telling you about why quick fixes usually fail. So you set up the pain section, so you transition from the hook into the pain section. And what used to take hours of copywriting now takes about 2 minutes, and that's the hook. Then we get into the pain. This is a mistake a lot of people make on their webinars. They don't start in pain. You got to meet them in hell before you take them to heaven. And so one of my webinars here, this has done multiple 7 figures before we retired it. It ran 5 years consecutively, making 7 figures every single year. So I said, let's create a script from this webinar that we can use in every webinar moving forward, because it did the pain section of the webinar so good. And so we created a script. We also instructed the script to be flexible. So it doesn't just follow it specifically. It has intelligence to make it flexible. And we defined the role specifically of it, and we didn't allow it to lose its memory. So we keep things in tokens, so we don't rely on its own context window. This is a huge secret, by the way. Otherwise, it will forget and start to hallucinate, right? We work with variables: current situation, dream outcome, pain point, normal problem, dream results. We give it examples so it knows what are good examples that it can pull from and create our scripts for us. We mix in pleasure with pain, because even when you discuss pain, you still use carrot and stick. And we use proven scripts. So this is the script that I pulled from there. But I put these tokens in place. I allow flexibility. Look at all those tokens. Result, limitation 1, positive win, current situation, dream outcome, action, pain point, limitation, result. Here's more of them. Look at this. Limitation 2, limitation 3, outcome, advantage, problem. This is all really good stuff, but it's all incredibly difficult. Now it can be done very easily. And we even put in the nonverbal communication that makes the webinar even more effective. Now, here's what's cool about this. If you use that buyer profile prompt that I showed you earlier, you can instruct this prompt. Say, use my buyer profile, and then you don't even have to fill this in anymore. It's intelligent enough to pull from that and insert it here and run the prompt for you. And it looks just like this. Unless your dog already walks perfectly by your side, even with distractions, chances are relying only on positive reinforcement has made it harder than ever to finally enjoy stress-free walks. This is incredible. I feel like Columbus discovering America. I feel like Archimedes when he figured out the displacement for gold. I don't know, that's probably a little too geeky for most of you, right? Now, a proven webinar opener like this with the pane, so we go from the hook to pane, given to you on a silver platter, developed in less than 5 minutes. I don't know if you see the power in this yet, but hopefully you do. If not, I'm going to continue to cook, my friend. Because after we show them the cost of staying in the pain, then we show them the benefit of the gain. Now, this is a webinar right here that helped me sell millions of dollars starting in 2014. So I, from that, created a script that we feed into the AI right now, and we use the same process, context plus role plus script, that equals the money signs. We give it relevant suggestions because we don't rely on it to know what it does. We give it the suggestions we like. You can use your buyer profile to automatically answer these questions if you want, or you can answer them one at a time. This is based upon a specific, very successful proprietary webinar that I've crafted, and you can see the script right there. Look at how granular this is, and look at how many inputs: main action, big result, friction, challenge, method, benefit, result, action, so on and so forth, okay? And here's what's really cool. Automatically, it will come up with a free gift if you stay till the end. It will suggest the gift to you. It will write the copy for you. It will look something like this. Here's the questions that are on your mind. And then you do that. It gets better. Does it get better? It gets better. And then it says, just one. What if just this one thing happened for you? Would that change everything? And then it says, if you stay to the end, here's your gift. And it takes minutes or less. This is pretty freaking good, isn't it? Because normal AI can't do this. We combined it with secrets that AI doesn't have access to. And then we position you to be the only one with the solution. So this was a webinar that I wrote for a client that generated multiple 7 figures in sales. And it's one of my favorite ways I ever positioned anybody. So I said, let me train an AI prompt to do that for everybody that I wanted to work with. So this script will walk you through with questions and examples in a very narrowly defined context, because that's how you win with this. And then when you're done, it will position you like a stud. So questions it asks you plus the script that it works within equals you winning. So we give it the variables, we give it the examples, and that equals you winning. In this particular case, there are 10 variables. So if you use the buyer profile, it will automatically extract and put them in there. Impressive result, small result, bigger result, biggest results, other quick results, activities, pains, results, and so forth and so on. And then we give it freedom within the structure so it doesn't sound like a robotic AI. And we have guided interactive prompts so you can extract the best value that you have to offer in the best possible way, and it will output it for you. And it will look like this, and it will sound so smooth, and it will position you as the only one that has an answer for them. So they either buy from you to get it, or they give up. And you don't have to worry anymore about bragging or sounding like, somebody who's full of themselves. You don't have to waste time trying to figure out the best way to position your authority. You just plug in the prompt, ask a few questions, and boom, killer positioning in seconds. This is a game changer. This is an unbelievably complete game changer. And then you go into the content portion of your webinar. Are we doing too much here today, or would you like me to continue? Would you like me to finish the rest of your webinar off for you? Because with all the setup, with all the talking that Anik and I were doing here earlier, and with me setting the stage and the stakes before getting into the training, we've been on live for about 1 hour and 4 minutes, and we've almost done with the webinar.
Bro, I ain't done no talking.
We're almost done with the webinar. Isn't this insane?
Yeah, I know. It's nuts.
So let's go on. I think we should go on. I think we should just finish it off here, okay? I could open loop you, and we'll say part 2. Let's just go. Let's go. You want to go? Type yes in the chat. Let's jam. Here's the thing that I learned about webinars that is a complete game changer, all right? It's the paradigm shift. Russell Brunson has his 3 secrets. He was inspired. Let's just put that. It's a very nice way of saying it. Inspired by the training he took from me on webinars. And the issue I have with 3 secrets is it's too reductive. It may have worked in 2015, but it's overly simplistic. The market is much more nuanced and much more complicated these days, which is another reason people that don't know better say webinars are dead when they're playing off the wrong playbook. So the paradigms, and I've developed multiple ones. Keep in mind, I'm only lifting up the hem of the skirt today. I'm not showing you every single prompt that I've developed when it comes to creating a webinar, because you should have multiple different pain point prompts. You should have multiple different gain prompts. You should have multiple different types of paradigms that you can choose from your webinar. And then you put the right shoe on for the right occasion. Now, this particular paradigm is based on a 7-figure webinar that I wrote that's been running for 16 years straight. And it looks like this, because if a paradigm, if you don't know it, it's that one thing that stops somebody from believing they're limited and unlimits them. So the one thing that stops them from moving forward and saying yes to that, yes to your offer, is the paradigm shift. Goes from I can't do this to I must do this. And it's hard to teach paradigms, but it's easy to program them into AI. So we give it the context, we give it its role, we instruct it, because this is where most of you mess up, and AI will mess up as well, because it's trained off of humans. They think you give information when you give transformation. All my effective webinars, we don't care about the information. Information is a byproduct. We care about transformation. We transform people to say, I can't do this, to I feel like it's impossible for me not to do this. We transform people to saying, I wish I could do this, to people saying, I can't wait to do this. We transform people who are stuck into momentum machines. And this is how we transform industries, by transforming individuals with paradigm shifts, okay? People buy when their limits are removed. And so we instruct the AI to help us remove that key limit. We create momentum. An object at rest stays at rest. A buyer in motion stays in motion. A buyer continues to buy, but a non-buyer continues to not buy. So we got to put them in motion. I have several successful webinars of mine that have followed this exact paradigm in this prompt right here. Look at all those inputs, right? All those variables. And of course, you can adjust the depth. You can change the reading level. You can change the tone if you want. You can be flexible. What I love about these prompts is you can take them and adjust them and make them your own, or you can just run them as is. The paradigm shift to me is arguably the most important piece to the webinar puzzle. And unfortunately, it's a tough one for most people. They don't even know how to solve for it. Well, now you don't even have to know how to solve, because AI can solve it for you. Then once you have your paradigm, from that, the mechanisms flow. So the mechanisms are the few key things that allow the paradigm to occur. So what are the things the user must do to create that transformation? And this is tough. Most winning, by the way, write this down, is done from subtraction, not addition. If we remove the things that cause you to do stupid stuff, then you will automatically do better stuff. You like subtraction? I love subtraction. If I could just get out of my own way, I would make more money. So we remove the obstacles, and then naturally productivity increases. So this means that we have to refine it and only focus on a few key things that give the output. That sounds very heady. It seems very hard to do. It seems very abstract and artistic. It was until now. Now we have a prompt. So we set the role, we set the context. This was an insight, by the way, that took me over a decade to learn. There's only 2 ways you can teach anything. Did you know that? There's only 2 ways you could ever teach something. You can either do it step by step, first do this, then do this, then do this, or you can do it criteria based. These are the factors involved if you want to achieve X, Y, and Z. So certain topics are better taught in a step-by-step fashion. Other topics are better taught in a criteria-based fashion. Each mechanism could be different. The AI will solve that for you. Now, a normal AI won't even know this exists. They will give you the same derivative crap that every other AI gets out there, and you will have no advantage over anybody else. You only have an advantage over people that don't know the words AI, which is no one. But this gives you an advantage. It's AI guided correctly with proprietary information. We develop frameworks because frameworks create insights, so we instruct it to create the framework for us. We allow it to pick the best output, although we can choose if we wish to influence it. We leverage one of the most powerful principles of all time when it comes to success, which is the law of vital few, meaning a few inputs give you a majority of outputs. So we program that in there, and we even allow it to come up with names of the mechanisms. So select, source, sell are 3 mechanisms that I've used to sell multiple 7 figures on my Amazon webinar. It took me weeks to come up with that. This now comes up with it in seconds. You can even define a role within a role. This is advanced prompting strategies right now. Tell me if I'm missing you, or tell me if this is resonate with you. So I have 2 roles. You are a webinar presenter, that's role number 1, and this is the audience you're presenting to. AI secret number 47 that I can teach you today If you want to go big with AI, go smaller. Get more granular and more specific for each task. We've essentially chunked down the webinar to 3 to 5 minute sections with these prompts. You want to know how long it took me? Don't ask. I've lost a lot of sleep and many hours off my life developing these so I can show them to you today. And hopefully, if you're the right fit, you want to invest to get your hands on all of these. So in this particular case, in a few seconds, this developed for me the 4-step process to launch your first digital course in under 30 days. So this was one of the things that I utilized in that record-breaking launch that I did in Dubai earlier this year with the webinar that I wrote on the plane. Remember how long it used to take you to try to figure out, what am I going to teach? How much of it going to teach? Am I teaching too much? Am I teaching not enough? You don't have to worry about it anymore, because the right AI will put it into perspective specifically for you. Now, here's something that I've never really taught before outside of my super advanced clients in the high-end networks that I work with and train upon, and this is called demonstrations. So one of the most effective things you can do in a webinar in the content section is to do a demonstration, because most of you don't remember most of what I've said. You have forgotten 95% consciously of the words I've used and the examples that I've given, but you remember how you feel. So really good webinar presenters, they don't just tell, they show. And it's hard to teach how to show, not just tell, and how to demonstrate the value as opposed to just expose the value and talk about the value. So we instruct AI to do this for you. So the AI can extract and create demonstration moments for you as many times as you wish to throughout the webinar, so you don't just tell, you also show. And what you do here is you create small wins for the audience. You increase small levels of confidence in many different areas throughout the webinar, and that leads to big purchases. And you can use this to create demonstrations throughout your webinar, and you can utilize one of my favorite language patterns, which are hypnotic persuasion patterns, which I can't teach. It's very hard, very difficult, but the AI could just do it for us. And then, of course, we tie it down and lock in the value, as we always do. Here's an example output. I will read a little bit for you. I know we're going a little bit long. I appreciate you staying here with me. Here's the thing. Delayed gratification means you make more money. You know who doesn't make money? People who need it right away and can't stay in there and hang in there for a little bit. God, I'm glad that they don't show up to my webinars. I like the people that are willing to lock in, invest some time in it, and I can bless you, and I can empower you, and maybe change your life. So check this out. This was one little example of a demonstration from the prompt that I just showed you. It goes like this. It says, I want you to try something with me right now that might feel a bit different from what you're used to. This one small piece of the brain rewiring system that I mentioned, it only takes 90 seconds. First, I'd like you to close your eyes if you're in a safe place to do so. If not, just soften your gaze. Now take a deep breath in through your nose and slowly exhale through your mouth. Good. I want you to think about money for a moment. Notice what happens in your body. Is there tension, heaviness, a sinking feeling? Don't judge it, just notice this. This is your current neural wiring at work. Now, I want you to imagine meeting your wealthy self, the version of you who already has achieved financial freedom. Don't worry about the details of how you got there. Just see this version of yourself standing confidently before you. Notice how this version of you stands, how they breathe, the expression on their face. They've mastered the relationship with money and opportunity. Their brain is wired differently than yours is now. And then it goes on. Now I want you to physically step forward. Actually move your body slightly forward where you are. As you do, imagine stepping into this wealthy version of yourself. Feel your posture naturally adjust. Feel your breathing change. From this place, ask yourself, what one financial decision would make my wealthy self make today? Just notice the first answer that comes to mind. It might surprise you how clear and uncomplicated this answer is. Take another deep breath as this wealthy identity. Feel how differently your brain processes financial information from this state. There's no anxiety here, no overwhelm, just clarity and confidence. Now keep feeling this with you as you slowly open your eyes and bring your gaze back to focus. That's insane, isn't it? Now, this is an example I picked kind of in, because I'm selling you something at the end, and I figure this could do double duty because I also put you in this state as I was teaching you, and this is just me showing off, right? You could do this for anything. So you could take somebody in through guided hypnotic language as showing their future self when it comes to weight loss, when it comes to a fitness routine, when it comes to any other habit that supports whatever you're teaching them in whatever field that you're teaching them in. Doesn't matter what it is. These guided demonstrations of taking them into the future and empowering them and having them look back at the present as the future self, incredibly identity shifting. We shift them from an impoverished identity that says no to an empowered identity that says yes. And we can now do this in seconds without having to go to hypnosis school. And remember, I didn't write any of that. Artificial intelligence wrote all of it. Maybe we're actually closer to the AGI, general intelligence, than we thought, right? I don't know. But now we just got to recap it. Now we got to build the bridge from content to offer and then go out there and close the lights. One of my favorite things that I do, and this is another 7-figure webinar that I wrote that I built this prompt of, is when I get ready to go into the pitch, I say, so far on this webinar, here's what we've covered today. And then I run through all of the awesomeness of the webinar. Bang, 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 just like that. Now, here's the challenge with this. It requires you to write really good bullet points, which you have to be a really good copywriter to do, or you use this prompt. Now, here, this prompt's a little bit differently. This is a prompt you use last. So a couple of the prompts that I developed, you use them last. You say, analyze my webinar, and then from that webinar, create this script. So you can drop it in as a copy and paste. You can put it in as a PDF file, as a text file, however you want to do it. And then what it will do is it will analyze your script and it will write this. So far on this webinar today, it always starts that way. And then it will give you all of these bullet points. And then it will end it this way. And we've only scratched the surface. And I have used those two phrases on so many webinars that it's insane. But it writes these incredibly great bullet points that reflect the value of your webinar, and people say, damn, that was amazing. You've just reminded them of all the awesomeness. Bang, 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 just like that. You summarize 45, 50, 60 minutes of a thick webinar beautifully in less than 1 minute, and it took you less than 1 minute to have this AI do that for you. And then you do what we call the tie downs. This is a series of agreements to the value that you've just done so far. Now, a lot of people don't do this. This is another webinar that I wrote that was a 7-figure webinar where I asked them a series of yes questions after recapping all of the stuff that I showed them on the webinar. Has our time on the webinar this day been well spent? Do you feel more confident now moving forward? Can you see how even just doing a few things can allow you to XYZ, 1, 2, 3? This is not natural. It's effective, but it's unnatural. And a lot of people have trouble doing it. They forget to do it, or it takes them a lot of effort to do it. So I created a prompt. So you can develop yes momentum, because small yeses lead to big yeses. And this is cool because this prompt changes the phrasing. Hasn't it been ... Can you feel ... Wouldn't you agree ... It uses variations because they help. And when you're done, it gives you an output like this. So you recap your value so far on the webinar. You get them to agree several different times to several different phrases. And now they're engaged, and now they're ready to say the big yes, because yes has now felt very comfortable, very natural, and it also is very true. But audiences forget that unless you lock it in, not just mentally in the brain, but also in the heart. And then this is the last part to transition from content to offer. Now this one, well, I have an AI prompt for it, but the script is so good, you can just use the script as it is because it frames the offer as a favor that you're doing. And it gets the audiences to say, yes, please sell it. So Anik and I have both had the pleasure separately of working with this legend, Bob Proctor, one of the finest human beings to ever walk the planet, touched hundreds of millions of lives. And I woke up one day, I was watching his webinar, and he got to this transition. And I go, that's mine. So Bob Proctor was a client and a student of mine, and he's a student of the best. And then when I helped Alex with his last book launch, that was crazy. It broke the internet. He paid me for that. He used the exact same transition close right here. And this is the script. I have complete confidence. Left to your own devices. You can take everything we covered here today, go on your own with it, and get some results for it. And if that was your only option, it would be a worthy one to pursue. But what if there was another option? One that allowed us to go at this together. So I actually have a prompt that will automatically put this in and adjust the language to you, to your offer, to your webinar, because Bob did it a little bit differently than Alex, who did it a little bit differently than me, but both of them spent probably 10, 20, 30 minutes on this, and now you can spend 10, 20, 30 seconds on it. Isn't this insane? Do you like this? Isn't this valuable to you today? Did this inspire you? What are our choices? What should we do right now? Should we pack it up, or should I make you an offer that if you're the right person would be insane for you to say no to? Now, this isn't fair. because I'm with my people right now. I saw you in the chat earlier. You're like, Jason, please tell me something. Please tell me something, which shows you how powerful webinars, because I'm known as one of the hardest pitchmen in the entire world. I pitch harder and longer than anybody. An audience just show up more excited to be sold than ever before. And now you have the same capabilities with these prompts and everything that I shared with you here today. Sorry, Anik. We'll have to see you next week. I didn't mean to go there, but when Fladien gets in his science lab and he starts cooking, who knows what comes up with. Now, what's really cool is Anik is so great because he didn't take all this insane amount of time that I did on the conversion psychology, on the neuro-linguistic programming, on the framing and positioning, and all those other advanced elements. Anik took that time and he invested it into traffic and automation. So automated webinars with the best traffic systems you've ever seen. And so that's going to be part 2. You get all of that training in this offer here today called Webinar Master Academy. This is a brand new training. Nobody's ever seen it outside of our teams that have developed it here jointly with us. I spent a tremendous amount of time creating the newest, latest version of my webinar training, and Anik blessed it as well. And it's composed of 4 primary elements. This is called the core offer, by the way. So the first component of the core offer is the blueprint. This is the blueprint. I shared it with you today. Now, while it's true we have AI prompts, and I only shared some of those AI prompts with you today, not all of them. I showed some of them, not all of them. The training walks you through specifically not only how these prompts work, but actually the psychology behind it. Why we create hooks, how hooks are important. Even if you didn't have AI, here's exactly how you create the hook. These are the very best hooks to use. So you get all of the understanding and psychology. I mean, we spared no expense here. Like, look at these slides. This is just a tiny tease of all of the slides that I train upon, what to speak of the examples and the slide decks and the prompts and everything else that I use. So you are going to get every single piece of training that I know of on the most effective best practices for hooking, paying, gain, positioning, paradigms, mechanisms, demonstrations, recaps, tie downs, choices, core, price, bonus, risk, and scarcity. And that's how your webinar should run in that order. This took me 18 years and thousands of hours and hundreds of millions of dollars of trial and error to figure out, handed to you on a silver platter. Next, you're going to get the prompts and the scripts. I didn't share with you many scripts today because I didn't have much space to put the scripts in the presentation. But we have prompts and we have scripts. I showed you the pop quiz prompt earlier as a hook. I have another one called cards on the table that you can use that is incredibly effective. I showed you one pain prompt today. I have 3 of them. I showed you one gain prompt today. I have 3 of them, and so on and so forth. With each element of these 15 elements of the best type of webinar you could ever create, all of them have prompts and scripts that back them. This is crazy. And then we get into webinar traffic secrets. So Anik is going to break down for you all of his most effective webinar traffic secrets. This was a test run today. We put 4,000 people registered on this webinar, and we have a full house right now still. This was a warm-up. The real traffic we're going to get comes from the processes that Anik has perfected over the last 20 years that he's been doing business on the internet. And so you are going to get all of the strategies for traffic. Now, here's what's really cool. I like live webinars. Anik likes automated webinars. And so he knows strategies to get them to run, set, and forget. I like live, and I have clients that give me the traffic to work with. So I can stay on conversion and give you the best in the world at that, and Anik can stay on traffic and give you the best in the world on that. And then you need support. Because the worst thing you can do in this world is go alone. We go farther together than we ever could on our own. So you're going to get live momentum calls. You're going to get live support. You're going to get everything you need to help you get across the finish line. Cheering you on, picking you up, carrying you, all of that stuff. That's the core offer. Now, what does Fladien teach you to do after you make your core offer known? What's the next step? Remember the placemat I just showed you? Now we go into price. So what's your investment? Is it $57.9 million? I mean, why not? It's so powerful. Is it $9.8 million? Well, we can finance it probably. Maybe we could take a loan out on it, right? Is it $25,000? Because that's what people like Alex pay me for not even a full day. They pay me more when I pitch for them, and they pay me more in certain scenarios, and we start at 25 and then we get points and percentages and sometimes even equity. So is it $25,000 investment today? I sell a lot of things that are over $25,000, and this I would put toe to toe right next to all of them. I have a client right now that paid me a lot of money to sell his thing, which is $25,000 to cold traffic on the front end. So this is, I would put this next to anything. For you though, right now, introductory offer, special deal, $2,997 or 5 installments of $697. When you go to jason.academy. So fire up your little fingers, go to the browser right now, type in jason.academy. If it's in the chat, it should be dropping in the chat soon. If it's not, you can click it there. Do what you must for 2 reasons. 1, this is founder special rate. This is not the rate that it will end up at. This is because you are here with us live and we have the best deal possible. We also have some extra special bonuses. Not all of these bonuses will remain available for everyone forever. There's some scarcity, as I teach, attached to these bonuses. Would you like to see what these bonuses are? Here's the first one. I'm going to give you the full-on ultimate buyer profile extraction prompt. I'm going to show you how to use it, and I'm going to show you how you can lay it over top of every other prompt to make those other prompts supercharged. This is like gas on the fire. This is so new, my friends. I haven't even recorded the video on how to use it yet. So when you sign up today, be patient. I'm going to put that in there very shortly, but it's going to give you the exact prompt, the exact specificity. It's going to give you all of this. It's going to give you the entirety of the format output. It's going to give you the target audience. It's going to give you a little bit more than what I showed you here today. And they're able to take any sales letter out there in any market that you want to get in or that you're already in. There's a couple other cool sneaky ways that I'm not going to reveal right now on how to use that I will for our members in the Webinar Mastery Academy. And you're going to be able to use this thing. This is a multiplier of multipliers because once you have this prompt, you can take it, lay it on top of other prompts like this one here. See everything in bold? The buyer profile will automatically fill that in for you and output the prompting, the AI result for you. How much of an advantage do you think this gives for you? Because most people lose the webinar game before they even start because they're leaning their ladder on the wrong building. So even if they win, they lose. So the way we play the game is we define the right target first. And then we make the target so big, we could be terrible at shooting at it and still hit a bullseye. This is the advantage that this gives you. That's bonus number 1. Bonus number 2, objection smashing prompts. So I make most of my money on the webinar after the slides are over with. I hope you give me the joy of doing this with you here today. I want to take the limitations that you have and determine if they're real or perceived. And if they're real, then I'm happy if you tell me no. But if they're perceived and yes is a better answer for you than no, I want to help guide you to a yes, because the no will not serve you as good as the yes. So I will do this in front of you in real time today without a net, unprepared, with no AI backing me either, just because I can't. However, you don't have to, because we're going to take all of these prompts. Like here's one, for example, right? So the AI is now trained only on Jason Fladien closes. This is a really good one. We call this the foreign close. It goes like this. Almost any great idea is foreign at first. The problem with it being foreign is you will reject it because it's not familiar. But familiarity is what kills you. So we have to do the unfamiliar. So every good idea will feel uncomfortable to you at first. You don't have to immediately accept it. You can have it. You just have to sit with the uncomfortableness, but then allow it to settle in, see it in total, and then make the decision. Unless you have closed a little bit, you can't even begin to appreciate how incredibly effective this is. This makes other sales trainers out there look like they're still in grade school. This is stuff you could never read in a book. I invented it. I did it in the moment for an 8-figure launch. Didn't even know I did it because it's all unconscious competence to me. My team came back. They documented it, and now we can put it in an AI, and we can turn it into your voice. We can turn it into your market. We can turn it into your audience. And then we do it with this one. 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 I love that maybe you're wrong. Maybe you're wrong about your limitations. We do it with this one. 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 Discipline is overrated. Habits are more important than discipline. That's a great close. We do it with the bus stop close. We do it with the bad deal close. I say, I would just ask you to be at least 1% open to the idea that sometimes the best way to put a bad deal behind you is to start a good deal. God, that's so good. We do it with the fence setting close. We do it with the money ain't it close. We do it with the Archimedes close. We do it with the open loose close. I will tell you a story later that somebody just reminded me of. I will tell it to you in 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, somebody put DECA in the chat and I will tell it. And then we close while we open loops to close more. So we do it with that one. We do it with set and setting, Parkinson's law, trust and verify, the ignorant millionaire, the war of inertia, the nervous sponsor, the shot you don't take, the reasonable person, the ignorance cure, the wasted potential, the incredible talent of mediocrity. I love this one. It's amazing how people will stay the same. They're creative at staying small. If only they could take the same amount of creativity or even half that amount of creativity and apply it to ... We do it for this one, and this is the prompt that we use. So we take the prompt, plus we take my closes that AI doesn't know and will never know, and then we structure it in such a way that whenever you're on a webinar, you can say to the AI, somebody just said X, how should I respond to it? And it will tell you exactly. Fladien trained, best in the world on how to do it. And this is where my biggest money come from the webinars that I do. And that bonus is now yours. Bonus number 3, Ultimate Offer Creation Masterclass. I have this document that I created when I went through all of the offers I made over the last 18 years, and I categorized each component of every offer, be it a bonus or be it a core deliverable. And I categorized them and I analyzed them and I built a formula around them for each and every possible component that I ever could create and offer to that. And I structured it with examples and lessons and techniques. So every time I create an offer, I can reference this guide. I have only shared this with one group of people. You are the second group of people that I'm sharing this with. This is incredible. This is insane, the value. Because remember, the guy who's the best-selling author of all time on offers was inspired by me. And I don't go to the masses. I don't want to be famous. I don't want to reach people all over the world. I want to reach the few of you that are going to change the world. That's my value. That's bonus number 3. Bonus number 4, I'm going to show you slide designs, how you can lay slides out. When I did the launch with Iman Gadazi, we had 59,000 people on live. We did 5 webinars. We pitched for 5 days. They were the first clients of mine to do slide design the exact way that I told them to do. And that was a major reason why we closed so well. Bonus number 5, you're going to get my ultimate webinar swipe files. So when I train you, everything I train, I give examples on. Every example I give you is from the real world with real webinars that have real results. So every time I show you an example in the training, I give you the webinar slide deck, the actual entire webinar from start to finish in slide format in PDFs so you can see how I implemented it. And you can model it. And you can train AI on it. Only my top paying clients have access to these. Now you do as well. Webinar presentation mastery. So Anik is incredibly effective at presenting in a way that's much easier for you to model than the way that I present. It's much more accessible and it's much more effective. And so he's going to teach you exactly specifically how to present your webinar. So I'm going to give you the scripts on the webinar and he's going to show you how you can present them or how you can have somebody else present them for you. He's going to show you exactly the intimate details of how you present in each capacity of the webinar. That's bonus number 6. Bonus number 7, Anik is a genius at webinar funnels. Most of my funnels are not applicable to most of you because I play with the biggest names in the industry that are spending millions of dollars on advertising on Super Bowl style events. So it would be dangerous for you to funnel hack us and model us. That would be insane. You should not do that. Instead, you should utilize the frameworks and the webinar funnels that Anik can teach you because he's built more different types of funnels for scaling and set and forget webinars than anybody that I know. And he has them and he'll lay them out all bare for you in this bonus. Bonus number 8, team execution SOPs. Hopefully you're building a team. If not, you can use these SOPs yourself to process it out and then eventually you can put people in your place. We built the webinar you see today in 3 days. I had a team build this for me. We have a process. You should have a process as well. Bonus number 9, ads that convert. So Anik is the man when it comes to advertising. I've seen him build more brands and publish more people through webinar funnels than anybody, and he's got the process dialed in exactly on the advertising campaigns you should run to get started to fill your webinars up with, and he's going to show you how to do it with the right type of landing pages and do it in a way that's completely compliant. Because it's not just the money you make. What's more important is the money that you keep. How to track, how to measure conversion, the secret sauce most people don't know, copying, pasting, all of that stuff that's valuable to you. He's going to give you his pitch deck tactics and templates as well, because it's good to have choice. It's good to have options. And then he's going to give you the funnel extension masterclass. He's going to show you how to take a single funnel and then extend it. Because I'm tired of people saying, should I do a webinar funnel or should I do a challenge funnel? And the answer is yes. They say, should I start with a low ticket funnel or should I go straight to high ticket? And the answer is yes. They say, well, Jason, should I do this or should I do that? Should I do automated or should I do live? And the answer is yes. And now you can take a funnel, and with the process he'll teach you, you can extend it. Now we have an ultra rare exclusive bonus with a limit to it. Not everybody's going to get access to this. This is why it's important that if it makes sense for you to sign up, you sign up immediately. Right now, we still have some. I will get the notification on my phone if we reach capacity here, which we may or may not today. So when you sign up immediately at jason.academy, you're also going to get this special bonus for you as well. It's called the Golden Goose Bonus. Once your webinar is finished following the strategies that we teach you here, we have our internal marketing team with Anik and myself. One of our team members that is an absolutely stud, or multiple team members even, will review your entire webinar for you to sanity check it, give you a second input, help you guide it to success. Again, Anik has published and helped and supported him and his team, more people with webinars getting started than anybody that I personally know. And you're going to get that as an exclusive bonus. And that's at jason.academy. This is a special deal for you, first ever of its kind, the very best thing you're ever going to get, with the most amount of goodies in it that you're ever going to get. But there's a limit to this, because this is how this works. And Anik's going to come on in a second and explain it to you. And I'm sure he's been watching the chat. I'm sure he's got some insight he's going to give as well. And then we're going to answer some questions. But here's how we're doing this. This is an inaugural launch to kick this off, because we've been working so hard to get this to you. And then once the dust settles, we're going to close the card on this. We're going to take in new members, support the heck out of them. And then we're going to tool up to go at scale. Then we turn this into automation. We push this out there to the masses. We spend a bunch of money on advertising. We raise the prices because our costs go up and our conversion gets optimized, and we can test headlines and all that kind of stuff. And then we dial it in. So you are getting a special deal because we know you, because you're here first. So we're going to take on live members. We're going to close the cart. We're going to shut this down, and you will never get an offer this good again. I promise you that. And if we ever add anything to this offer in the future, you will get the updates for that as well, as it makes sense to you. So you're going to get an incredible deal here, only if you act fast. So jason.academy, that's where you go to sign up. Now, Anik, I've been talking a lot, and I got more to say, but I would love to hear from you.
Yeah, so, man, first of all, everyone, let's give it up for Jason just for a minute here. Come on. Let's give it up for Jason, everyone. Type into the comments if you are blown away with Jason's training today. Yeah, goat for sure. Here's a crazy thing. I've been seeing some questions in the chat about funnel and specifically about traffic. I hope you guys realize that that's the part that I handle, and I haven't even talked yet. I wanted to focus heavily on Jason's. Now, Jason and I were going to do this thing today where we were going to go back and forth. Jason was going to teach, then I was going to teach. And one of the things we realized was, or one of the things I proposed to him literally just right before the webinar started, I was looking at what he had to share, and I thought, you know what? We're going to end up doing too much, and they're not going to be able to walk away with, like, I need you to process what Jason has shared. So I'm coming back, and I am going to do my webinar on Monday of next week. I'm purposely not doing it tonight because I want you to process everything that Jason has just said. Now, having said that, I can't promise you that these bonuses are going to stick around. Here's the first bonus I can tell you right now. Having my team review your webinar and send you back specific steps, specific things and areas that we see. We have a list of like probably over 30 different little things that you can add or do that, by the way, are compliant, that are amazing. That bonus, I'm going to put a limit on it in about the next 5 minutes. I'll tell you right now, I'm going to give myself about 5 minutes and I'm going to put a limit on it. Okay. And yeah, so move now, probably not even available by the time I do my webinar. So, what I want to share with you is the following: there are multiple components to a powerful webinar funnel. Okay. I personally pride myself on my desire for not doing shit live. I'm just being honest with you. And this is where Jason, I remember once there's a big product launch. Jason and I are competing. Humbly came in number 2 to him on that launch. And I remember reaching out to him shortly thereafter. I said, man, where have you been? I've been trying to reach out to you, congratulate. And he's like, dude, I wasn't well. I was burned out. I was in the hospital. I'm like, the fudge? And I was picking on him. I was like, man, you got to come over my way and learn some of my shit. You work too hard, right? But at the same time, the magic is there. The numbers are there. Now, I've been in a situation in my life where I do have health conditions. I've got 2 little babies now, right? Jason's kids are a little bit more grown. They're self-sufficient. If he doesn't see them, they're not going to fall off the ledge. Mine aren't quite there yet. And so for me, life has pushed me in a direction where automation and going evergreen has been my number one thing. And when Jason mentioned before, listen, we've published the likes of Robert Kiyosaki, Les Brown, Bob Proctor, who you showed earlier. Man, I miss him. We published him. We've published some of the best courses. And so we would take people in our team that have never written a webinar, never delivered a webinar, and we'd create the offer, the webinar, and everything from the ground up, implement that and plug it into our system, because we actually have a system. I know a lot of people talk about this stuff and they don't have crap. They don't have a system. We have a system because we had to use it again and again and again and again. We had to have a replicatable system. I did not want to be writing all the copy. I did not want to be building all the pages. I did not want to be doing all the ads. I did not want to be doing all the closing. It wasn't in my vision for what I wanted to build. So I had to systemize and simplify. All right. Not everybody on my team could be Anik Singal or pitch like Anik Singal or write like Anik Singal. So I had to come up with a system. And it was not easy by any means. It took me years upon years upon years to figure it out. We spent over $20 million in testing. I can prove this. You guys know I'm not going to sit up here and bullshit you with things I can't back up with numbers. We have substantiation for this between YouTube ads and Facebook ads. That's not even including my affiliate traffic. We spent $20 million driving and fine-tuning every little piece of the funnel. So here are the components that are in a webinar that you have to have. The webinar, right? Well, the offer starts with offer. Offer is king. And Jason talked about that. I cannot back that up even more. You want to spend 70% of your time on the offer and the rest all falls into place. Second is the webinar, right? And you just got infused with like steroids today when it comes to webinars. And imagine this for a second. That's just the beginning. What you guys got today was just a little piece of the beginning. So let me ask a question here. How many of you have not yet joined, but you're about to? Give me a 1 right now in the chat if you're about to. All right, give me a 1 in the chat right now if you're about to. Go ahead. If you haven't yet, but you're about to. Okay, Andres, Josh, Vinay, Anthony, Valerie, Giovanni, T, Joseph, Holly, Ambria, Jeff, Yariana, Eli, Fu, Lloyd, Bill, Kit, Zelda, Farouk, George. What the hell is going on? What are you waiting for? That's too many people sitting around. Come on. All right, so I'll keep going, and then I'm going to start yelling at each of you individually. By the way, between Jason and I, you will get yelled at today during this close. So we don't recommend you emulate everything that we do during closes. All right. So there's the offer. There's the webinar. There's the pre-engagement. What's that? And then there's the post-engagement. We haven't even talked about those two today, have we? And that's where I come in. So on Monday of next week, I'm going to talk about the pre-engagement and the post-engagement. And the training that I'm doing, the stuff that I'm adding, we didn't even talk about yet. And there's no extra charge for that. That's just a part of Webinar Mastery Academy. That's part of what Jason and I are so excited to come together for, because we bring the full picture, right? So live, you can kill it, crush it. By the way, one of my post-engagement strategies that I'm going to share with you in great detail is called a MAC, Monthly Activation Campaigns, MAC. It's all about live. So don't for a minute think I don't do lives. I do lives. I do a lot of lives. There is a place in my evergreen funnel for live. So you've got to get good at this. Well, actually, you got to get decent at it. I'll be honest with you. At this point, you got to get decent at it. not even good or great, and you can do some serious damage in your industry, especially if you're not in one of the prime main competitive markets like Make Money or BizOp or Financial. If you're not in one of those, using what we teach you, good luck to the competition. Number two, if you're in a different country, India, South Africa, any of the Asian countries, UAE, Europe, anywhere all over Europe,
Germany,
South
right
America,
now, killing it. Yeah.
Africa, Germany.
Yeah. Brazil,
And on
killing
top
it.
of even that, Brazil, people do webinars with 3,000 people on. That's a small webinar. That's like a bad day. India, you do a webinar, you get 1,500 people on. It's like, oh man, I'm so sorry. Like, I'll send you my, my apology card. By the way, last piece, if you happen to know another language, then it's just game over, right? So the opportunity is just absolutely insane. And so what we show you how to do is to go through those 4 components, those 4 pieces, and build something that's got evergreen plus this live plugin capability. And the live part is like where you can kind of go and print money. Now, here's the thing. If you look at what we're talking about, if you look at what we're preaching about here, we just did it. I mean, this isn't like we just did it. You're here. We did it. So I love the people that are like, webinars are dying. Really? You're here. And you're our prime person. I don't want the people that aren't here. I don't want them on. I literally don't want them here. Right? So we're going to show you how to calibrate these funnels to actually attract the right people. And once you get the right people that have been seated correctly, that have the right information, the right engagement, then you throw Jason's strategies. And these aren't manipulations, by the way. That's one of the things I absolutely love about what Jason teaches. Nothing is manipulation. It's just straight shot. Actually, sometimes so brutally transparent and honest that it's kind of shocking that it works. But that's what the market's looking for right now. So you take that pre-engaged, pre-seeded market and you put them into one of these webinars that's created using the AI. And then the more and more you do it, the more human element you add to it, it gets better and better and better and better with repetition. And then for those who don't catch on, you got the post engagement to catch them that lasts weeks, if not months. When I show you how to do that, it's game over in your space. And so now this is a unique program. Show me anywhere right now online where you can go learn marketing at this deep level, where you're going to get a masterclass in psychology, NLP, closing, objection handling, conversion. You're going to learn how to use AI to help you with a lot of that, with scripting, all of that. And then on top of that, you're getting the funnel strategy, which has been built over $20 million in actual paid traffic spend. And every piece of it's been fine-tuned. It doesn't exist online. I'll tell you that right now. So what my challenge to everyone who's on right now is the following. I need you guys right now to make a decision, okay? My components, my parts, we're going to talk in great detail, more detail about next week on Monday. And I'm going to show you a lot. Again, just like Jason did today, I'm going to show you value, man. I'm going to sketch it out for you, draw it out for you. You're going to walk away with a tremendous amount of value. Whether you buy or not is irrelevant. That's not what drives our formula for showing up for you. It's just not what drives it. We just want to pour out value, and we believe and we believe that turns back. So, Jason, you and I had talked about kind of I had said that exclusive bonus at the end, which is having my team. I think everyone here understands, right? We can't have 200 people show up giving my team webinars for us to do a thorough 30-point checklist review. We just can't. And so here's what we're going to do. All right, I'm going to ask a question, and then I think I'm going to pick the number because, yeah, and it's higher than what my team wanted. So, oh well. And by the way, this is my team. These are the people like Jason has a team that's writing his webinars. My team's writing my webinars, been with me for years. We're going to, with our powers combined, we will do this, but we have a limit. So I'll ask one more time. Give me a 2 if you are currently in the process, or if you're just waiting to hear the right thing that'll get you somehow to jump over the fence. Like you're there, but for some reason you don't understand why you haven't jumped over. You haven't really I don't know, you're sitting on the page, right? All right, we got Bilhana, Rashad, Chang, Joseph, Mark, Kit. All right, we got VW. Who else? Armando. Kit says I missed the offer. It's all right. We're going to go over it again. Greg, Saeed. Lloyd. All right. We have at this current moment 46 people that have taken action.
Nice.
And that's incredible. Congratulations. That's incredible. Congratulations. Here's what I'm going to do. First 75. For that last exclusive bonus that's in the red where we will actually review. Now, remember, give us some time, okay? If every one of the 75 come rushing tomorrow, I mean, we need time. We want to do a thorough, really good job for you. And what I would tell people is if you haven't gone through the program yet, it would be better. You would be much better served to first go through the program, optimize your webinar on your own, and then submit it to us. But 75. So we have now room for another, I can't do math right now, but whatever, like 29. 29. All right. Yep. So, and by the way, not false scarcity by any means. I don't do that. I don't mess around with that. This webinar is not going to be the one that we use in our evergreen. Jason said it before. This is raw. This is its own thing. This is its own production. This is its own test. We are going to do something different for the evergreen. So this bonus will not make it to the evergreen. And just so everyone knows here, the pricing is likely going to go up and change. The deliverables are going to change. There's going to be changes that won't impact you, but are going to impact future generations who come into this program. So with that said, Jason.academy. And if you haven't figured it out yet, when I present to you, my link will be Anik.academy, but it's keeping it simple for you guys. Jason.academy. There's a question coming up. This is a good question. People are asking, hey, how do I do the payment plan? All right, what you need to do is you need to scroll to the very bottom of the page. So go to Jason.academy, scroll to the very bottom, and there's a switch to payment plan button there. Click that. Okay? And that'll switch you to payment plan. Although I've always said, those who are all in are all in. Okay? Burn those boats. Jump in, man. Save that extra money. But come in. Don't leave one foot out the door. Don't leave one excuse out the door. Don't test the waters. There's nothing to test here. If you're still doubtful about Jason or myself or our background or our ability to deliver on what we promise, well, then don't buy, honestly, because at this point, I don't know what to say. But just, it's there. The payment plan's there. No judgment. If you absolutely need it, please take use of it. But don't use it as a convenience. All right? If you can go all in, I want you to go all in. I want you to clear your schedule for the next few weeks, next couple months. I want you to dive deep into this, and I want you to let us take you down this journey that nobody else in the world, in my opinion, is qualified to even do. This is a very unique situation. There is nowhere else to get this. So that's my thoughts. I'm sure we have tons of questions. Jason, I'm going to turn over to you.
My favorite part, by the way,
and then
Anik.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
by the way, we're at 50, so we have 25 spots. 25.
So this is why I like this, because Anik, what I want people to do is make the decision that best serves them. And this is what's worked really well in my life, and this is how I teach all of you too. And unfortunately, sometimes that decision isn't very clear until you get the right insight. And this is the value of a live webinar. This is why I can't quit them. Because it's not the money. I'm good on that end, right? It's because I know for me, my biggest drive is to help people make the decisions that are best for them. And the best way that I can do this is I got a bunch of you on here right now with a bunch of different questions. And you get the benefit of hearing me answer your question. You get the benefit of me answering somebody else's question. You also get the benefit of the informality. So what's cool about webinars is we can both be formal with structure, and we can be informal where we let our hair down a little bit here and we have some fun. And this is the informal me. So I would love to start working through some questions that help people determine if this makes sense for them to sign up for at this time or not. And if it does, go to Jason.academy. And if not, take everything we used today to help you move further in the direction that you want to go. So Anik, obviously I haven't looked at any of the chats since we've been jamming on here. What stood out to you? Where should I start with when we focus on helping people make a decision that makes sense?
Let me just look through, because even I wasn't, since I was blacking out talking about what I was talking about. All right. Okay. There's a general feeling. I've gotten a couple of questions from people that are like, hey, I've been a part of other stuff before, been burned, and it's cost me a lot of money. And so they're having this kind of like, little fear of action. What would you
Yep.
say to that, right? Like, I know kind of what I would say to that, but what would you say to that?
That's hey, perfectly valid. Um, it's tough when you carry your past with you into the present because it still weighs you down. Instead of living in the year 2025, some of us are still living in past years because we've had burdens and traumas that have affected us and haven't allowed us to grow in certain areas. And I've had that experience in many areas in my life, which is one of the reasons why I'm so committed to helping other people with that. Here's the good news of whatever you have invested in has led you here. And that is fantastic. If you didn't have that experience, you might not be here today. And you never step in the river twice. You both change, and so does the river. So the you that was ever, whoever you were when you experienced that, can utilize that and invest that into what you have here right now. Now, with that said, what's really interesting is the people that spend more time on marketing themselves spend less time on the delivery of the thing that they market. Tell me if this resonates with you, if this experience has been true. The people that spend the most time out there looking the coolest often have the least to offer. On the flip side, unfortunately, people like Anik and me who spend so much time on the fulfillment side of getting better at the craft and improving the value that we can provide to others, the limitation is we don't get out there as far and as wide and as soon as some of these other folks that are out there as well. So we are going to be hidden behind somebody who's hidden behind somebody. But the good news is if you weigh and you measure the value of what I showed you here today and you compare it to other things that you've invested in the past, I am more than confident that what they had doesn't measure up to what we have here today. And it doesn't measure up both in terms of the reference points that I've showed you and the totality of all of those, as well as how I showed up and how I communicated with you today and the sincerity in which I've carried myself, and Anik the same. And so I don't think those two things are comparable to each other. I don't even think they're in the same realm. Now, with that said, that doesn't necessarily mean that even if you have a great product, that the person that invests in it, it's going to go great for them. Because you have to have both, the right person and the right product in the right state and at the right time. So let's just say you sign up and this isn't for you, for whatever reason. Okay, we'll give you your money back. I never fault somebody for making an investment to try to better themselves. And if they later on conclude that at this time this doesn't make sense, I'm more than happy to give them their money back and remain friends. But what frustrates me is people who are scared to invest in themselves because in the past when they've made an investment, it didn't go in their way. Because that guarantees 100% failure. If you invest again, that is an investment that pays twice because you now repattern how you see the world. You don't let the past hold you down anymore. And you also increase your capacity to give and to serve and to have more value in the future. And so I can understand that it's difficult because you may have made bad decisions in the past. By the way, ask me how I know. I've made a lot of bad decisions in the past with investments, but every one of them brought me to you here today. So I wouldn't do it any other way. So I'm glad that you're bringing this up, and I would love to serve you and be the difference this time that you could point to this as this is where it all changed. And Jason.Academy is where you can go to make that start to happen. If you don't, I'm okay. But I'm also sad because I know the facts. You showed up here today. You stayed with us today. You'll probably be on the replay. You'll watch Anik. You'll watch his replay. So you ever heard this phrase is called chewing the chew? Sometimes people just chew the chew. Sometimes you got to swallow it. You chew it, chew it, chew it, chew it, and there's no more left in it. So sometimes we have to make a decision. And if I can help you make a decision, then I'm more than happy to do that. But most oftentimes I find people who have made it this far, we just have to know, what would it take for you to make this time different? How could this be different? And by the way, what were in other investments you've made in the past that have paid off for you? What was good about them? What have you noticed about them? Does this have any similarity to those? And if it does, these are all clues, and we should tune into these. And I'm more than happy to sit here, Anik, and look at this from a multiple different varieties of angles, because what I've discovered in this business is the more way you can look at your problems, the more insights you can get. And the more insights that you get, the more empowered you are. And the more empowered you are, the more effective you become and the better decisions that you make. And so I'm more than happy to analyze this from a variety of perspectives. I'm also very happy on it because it seems like we've really hit the mark. Here's something a lot of people don't realize about this business, and I get it. And we all put our best selves out there. You ever be on Facebook and be like, that person out there talking about all how their life is so good? You're like, I know that person. And they're not that good. A, they're not that pretty. B, they're not that happy. And C, their life is a train wreck. But if you look at them in public, it looks like they have the happiest life in the world. When we talk about our webinars that do 8 figures, and we talk about our webinars that break records, and we talk about this, and we talk about that, that's a whole life cycle of a webinar. That is something that is ran to completion and has oftentimes been like the bell point, like, yeah, we really crushed it here, and a lot of things went our way. Most of our webinars start off pretty humbly, and sometimes we lose context of this. I'm sure that this will resonate with you as well, Anik, because it resonates with me. It's like, there used to be a time where a 6-figure webinar on a single webinar, when you ended the webinar, was the greatest miracle in the world. I remember the first time I ever did 6 figures on the webinar, and I felt more excited about that than I did in the $57 million launch. Because that was the first time it showed possibility. Most webinars start off slow and they pick up steam, and over time, the totality of them and the momentum they create, that's what creates the big wins, the 6 figures, the 7 figures, or whatever a big win constitutes with you. So when Anik and I go into any campaign, we don't expect to hit a 6-figure win right away on the initial live webinar while we're flying the plane and building it at the same time. We're looking for indicators. We're looking for feedback. We're looking to see, hey, did we hit the mark right? Where can we adjust it? And we're the best in the world at this thing. So we've already came out the gate with a 6-figure webinar here today. For those of you who have signed up, this is insane. Like, we know we've crushed it. So I'm very excited. The other thing too is we're selling the hardest thing you can sell. The hardest webinars I ever have to create are webinars that teach people how to do webinars. It's a tough sell, if I'm being frank with you right now. Way easier is to teach people how to create their first digital product, or way easier is to teach people how to start an Amazon wholesale business, or way easier is to teach people some new thing that people are doing at the beginning of their journey. Teaching an advanced strategy that is frankly incredibly difficult if you don't have AI the way that I do. Teaching and selling, most people are freaked out by both of those things. This is very difficult to sell. We sell it, though, because we have a value and we want to provide it to you. So, Anik, I'm incredibly excited because I know we've really hit the mark here. And every time I've hit the mark, because we've seen all these people sign up, here's what I know. There's so many more people that are this close to saying yes. Because if the thing I told Alex Hormozy that changed his life, I said, when it's easy, that's when you go the hardest. Because him and Layla had been working so hard to turn the corner and finally getting some success because they were hurting and working really hard and they wanted to let off the gas. I said, now is when you double down because you're going downhill. Now you have all the momentum. Now you're like a snowball that can turn into an avalanche. And he goes, okay. And he did it, right? So what I've discovered, because I learned that doing these webinars, when you have a lot of people who've already said yes, it's a clue that many, many more people are this close to saying yes, but just haven't heard the thing they need to hear yet in order to say yes. So that's a very long answer to a very short question.
No, but it was a brilliant answer. Couldn't agree more. By the way, guys, we have a lot of questions coming in. Just hang tight. Stay where you are. We're going to get through all of them. We're committed to staying here as long as it's necessary, as long as you can just be a little bit patient with us. The update also for you right now is 58 is where we are. So we have 17 spots left at this moment on that killer exclusive bonus that you're seeing up there. Not making it up. That's going to expire, has to expire. I don't have the ability to have more than that. So I'm going to start answering questions again, but question for you. Who here, and we've had quite a few people join. I wish I could continue to say everyone's names, but I can't right now. I want to focus on answering people's questions. But who here, give me a 3 right now. I just saw 2 more come in. So now actually we have 15 spots left. 1, 5, 15. Who here is about to make that decision? Give me a 3. Give me a 3 if you're about to make that decision and join us. You haven't yet, so don't give me a comment if you've already joined. I just want to see, because I want you to understand 15 is a hard limit. 15 is 15. All right. At that point, we'll have to come up with a different bonus, and we probably will, but it will not be nearly as good as this one. So I'm just being very transparent. Okay. The rest of the offer is still freaking amazing, but if you can get that little bump by just moving all in early and not having to sit there and debate everything, then that's worth doing. All right. Next question that's coming up a lot, Jason, is people asking that they have recently or at some point here invested in GOAT webinars, your GOAT program. Yeah. And they're curious how this is different or if it's different and whether this program still is for them or not.
Yeah, it's like saying I bought NVIDIA. Should I also buy Bitcoin? It's they're both really incredible investments. And the metaphor doesn't stretch all the way to the finality because the finality is this. They're synergistic with each other. I created GOAT webinars before AI was a thing. So I put in a lot of examples, a lot of teaching. I went overboard. It's super dense. It was also created for an advanced audience. And so I went through and I really got down to a lot of different examples on how to do one thing, as opposed to the 2 different examples for each step that you could do that were templated, copy and paste, easy to implement. It was a hardcore product for a hardcore marketing group. And I'm very proud of it and I'm very happy from it. I'd also, again, only focused on conversion. So I wasn't presenting this to audiences that also needed help with traffic, also needed help with funnels. The primary focus was on conversion. So if you have GOAT webinars, this makes an excellent companion to it. This is where we take 3 and 3 together and it doesn't make 6, it makes 9. The other thing on top of this though, is if you didn't get GOAT webinars, which I, by the way, recommend that you should, this is fantastic because the whole purpose of this is designed to make the webinars as quickly done and as effective as possible with the least amount of effort on your part. GOAT webinars is to create your masterpiece where time and technique is not a constraint and you're willing to double down and create that one of a kind. This allows you to make a webinar part of your business without you being a professional webinar presenter like me. So they both have their place and time, and ideally I would love you to own both, and it would make a lot of sense for you to have both. This is a perfect starting point though. If you're new to this universe, if you've heard of me or if you haven't invested with anything I've done in webinars yet, this is the best on-ramp into the webinar world. There is obviously some overlap between GOAT and this, because if I have the best technique and it's in GOAT, I'm not going to keep it in GOAT and withhold it here. I'm also going to put it in here as well. So you're going to get the best of both worlds. So regardless if this is the next step in your journey with me or if this is the first step in your journey, welcome home. I can't wait to serve you. You've made a great decision.
Yeah. Powerful. And I couldn't agree more. And just FYI, guys, you haven't even had a chance to yet see what I'm adding to it. True. And I promise you that if you were to just pluck out everything and only have what I'm adding into it, the value would still be far, far greater than $3,000. So, and if anyone's ever heard this, repetition is literally the key to mastery. So if you've heard Jason's teach something in GOAT and you hear it again inside of Webinar Mastery Academy, the only thing that can do is solidify it even further. I want to read this by Alex, who is a GOAT customer, who had bought, and he shared something right here. Let me see if I can grab it. He gave me permission to share it. He says, on my last, I think webinar, he meant my last speak to sell talk 1 month ago, speak to sell talk 1 month ago, I converted 38 out of 104 people into my $1,500 offer. Feel free to share this if it's helpful for sales. I'm buying now. Incredible. He's a GOAT member as of recent, and he just joined. I saw him come through. So Alex, thank you very much. And that brought us down to, I believe now 14 spots left for our bonus. Next question, that was an interesting one. And I think we have quite a few people here that fall into this, Jason, is beginners. Yep. They're a beginner. They are still kind of getting ready. Specifically, this person said, I'm new. I'm launching something new and I don't have social proof. So Holly asks, I don't have social proof. Like, is webinar still good for me? Is this program still relevant to me? What would you say to her?
So if you threw out webinars, if for some reason like a witch broke into your house and she hexed you with a curse that says you're no longer allowed to ever do webinars. However, you can take the knowledge in this program and use it to do anything else besides webinars. I would still say that this is an incredible program that you should sign up for because of how you create offers. So 80% of a webinar success comes down to the type of offer you create, who you create it for, and how you position the offer. I can't tell you how so many people have come up to me that says, Jason, you know, your webinar training is the best investment I've ever made, because I published a few throughout the years. And I'll say, how did your webinar do? And they go, what webinar? They said, I use it over here, or I use it over. I know I should do a webinar one day, but I didn't. And so once you understand the psychology This is what makes you so effective as a marketer. Let me give you an example, Holly. This is for anybody out here starting. Here's the problem that stops most people from making success certain in their life. They say things like, I don't have social proof, so therefore I shouldn't do this. Now let's run this to its conclusion. If you don't have social proof, how are you going to get it? If you wait for social proof to occur before you do the webinar, you got it backwards. That's like saying, when I get fit, then I'll work out. It doesn't work that way, right? The best way to get social proof is to do a webinar. So you can do a webinar the following way. You could say, I am brand new. I have a new thing. I've never done it before. If you're willing to show up to my webinar, I will give it to you for free as long as you give me feedback to help me serve you better. Are you in? And then what you do is you train on a webinar exactly how I structured and taught you today, and then you see if you're good. Because here's the thing. If you can't move people for free on a webinar, you have no right to charge to sell them something. Don't do it. So first, prove that you have value by giving a webinar that demonstrates that you can transform people. And then if you do that, here's what will happen. They'll say to you, can I give you money? Do you have anything for sale? Those are the sweetest words you could ever hear, because then it will shift you from, oh my God, I shouldn't sell something. Oh my God, I shouldn't create an offer. To, oh my God, I must create an offer because people are upset at me because I don't have an ability for them to give me money. And so this will accelerate your ability to have a finished product or a finished media or some sort of consumption that your ideal audience can get better from. And then as a result of that, it's natural then to monetize that. It's natural then to make offers from that. Here's the thing that drives me nuts, Anik, and it's only getting worse, which is what I think it's really created this whole noise pollution about webinars not being the thing, right? People will watch YouTube videos and they'll be like, well, that gets millions of views. And they'll see Facebook posts and that gets hundreds of thousands of views. And then they think, well, that's what it needs to take in order for me to be successful. Most audiences, you only need a few of the right type of person in that audience to do incredibly well with. Take me, for example. I didn't have social media for 8 years. Most people today still don't know who I am. To the masses, I am a secret weapon. I am your favorite marketer's favorite marketer. And nobody really knows who I am, yet I've gotten bigger results than all of them. There's very few people that have gotten bigger results than me, even though I'm completely anonymous and I'm a mystery. And here's why. Because I go to the heart of the market. I serve those few people in the market that make all the difference. And that's exciting. And you know why that occurs? Because I use webinars, not free YouTube videos, not low ticket stuff out there that will attract any and every buyer, right? I say, who needs the help the most? And who can I help the most? And those are the people that watch webinars. So it's true that 95 out of 100 people in any market will never attend a webinar, but it's also true that the 5 people out of the 100 in the market that will spend more money and get better results than the other 95 combined. And this is what's really exciting. Now you can leverage these like Alex. Like we're working on a webinar for Alex Hormozi for August. He does both. Some people are that insane, right? God bless them. Not everybody needs to build an empire, but somebody needs to build an empire. And for some people, it just makes sense for the lifestyle that they want to design. What's cool about this is it's flexible. It's flexible. So I can take a webinar, cut off the pitch, and just give an amazing presentation. And people will love me, and that can drive business for me. And it's the same formula that I use when I do keynote presentations and when I do webinar sales presentations. I can take 3 webinars. I can say the same thing from 3 different perspectives, and now we call that a challenge. But it's just 3 webinars connected together. And I can do it that way. I can get on a podcast, and Anik and I do a lot of podcasting and drive business that way. And I utilize the same structure as I do on a webinar. Just cut off the pitch. So to me, the webinar is the ultimate Swiss Army knife. It is the tool of tools. Once you have the webinar in your possession and you know how to utilize it, it opens up all sorts of doors for you that are currently locked. It's incredible. It's insane. The only difference is it's generally incredibly hard to do. And I've been very straightforward with that my whole life. Like webinars, oh my God, you got to teach and you got to sell. Most people can't do either. You got to do both. And then you got to drive traffic to it. This is why it's generally reserved for the elite style of marketers. Now, all the elite marketers use them, but it's reserved for them. It's something only they can utilize and unlock the value of. But AI has completely changed that. And I'm really excited about that. And I'm super excited to put this in your hands because I will tell you this. There's a lot of jokers out there right now that will sell you prompts and teach you how to create webinars. And I've tested them because I watch all of my competition because I hate losing more than I like winning. And they're not good. They look good. They're superficial, but they're not very good. They're easy to understand, but they're not very good. They're trained on all the language that's out there. And guess what? All of it means average. How are you going to get an advantage if you have access to the same data set that everybody else does? You can't. And in fact, you will create a traffic jam. So I'm giving you proprietary knowledge that AI doesn't even understand. I'm just using AI to help you get the most out of it. So AI is subservient to the strategies. We don't let AI lead our business. That's the tail wagging the dog. What we do is utilize AI to create propulsion in our business. And, there's two reasons that I can give you this advantage today. One is I work unbelievably hard. And I love working hard. It feels good to me. It feels like it's my purpose. I don't necessarily recommend you have to grind. I don't even want you to grind. But I work hard so you don't have to. But I also work smart. So how are you going to beat a guy that works harder and also works smarter? You can't, which is why the best decision is to invest in that guy. This is why you invest in companies, right? If you buy the stock market, if you're in real estate, this is why you invest in real estate. Because if you can't create it, you should invest in it to leverage it. And so leverage my hard work. Stand on the shoulders of this giant. I've gotten you close to the end zone. So you didn't have to start all the way on the other end. Just put the ball in and score. This is what I'm asking you for. And so whether you're new, intermediate, or advanced, I think that this makes sense for you to invest in if you're committed to serving your audience at a higher level. If you're just committed to reaching the audience and tweeting at them, putting stuff in front of them, getting likes and getting thumbs up, then whatever. Maybe this works, maybe this doesn't work. But if you're truly committed to yourself and to your audience, then I say, come on in. The water's warm here. Now, I see my business partner, Will. He's unmuted his microphone. I've seen him muted and unmuted a few times. Will's been with me we started the business in 2011 together, Rapid Crush. And I know you've been watching the chat, Will, so I'd love to hear your input right now.
Oh my God, this chat is so amazing. It is unbelievably cool to have people who get what you're saying here today, Jason. Sometimes we present to some audiences and they just they don't really get it.
Yep.
And these folks that are here, Anik, kudos to you for getting this many people on this webinar through ads and your emails and so forth, because these folks here get it. So I love it. Quick, I'm gonna speed fire through some stuff here for you, Jason. Holly was validating you, said that actually happened to me. People were mad at me that they couldn't buy from me. People on this webinar were mad that they had to wait, Jason, for you to give them the link.
I saw that.
Like 15 minutes in, people are like, "Can you please don't make me stay the whole time? I want the link now. I want to be the first one to buy." So that's pretty amazing. We had a whole bunch of people ask about this working on in other markets, in other languages, and Anik talked about that earlier, but somebody else mentioned their results here that will answer that question. I bought all Jason's programs. This is Othman, and I did a 550,000 launch in 4 days for a client.
Damn.
With Jason's webinar frameworks in the health space in Arabic in the Middle East.
That's awesome.
So health space, any market, right?
Yep.
Arabic in the Middle East. So it doesn't matter what the language is, what country you're in, what product you sell, this is going to work for you.
That's crazy.
And Othman just bought this, even though he's already successful. Of course, he's going to be more successful. And he bought it for the AI prompts alone, which brings me to another point here, Jason. People were asking, this came in several forms and people asked in different ways, but the question is the same. Are there limits to the AI you provide, or as we make different webinars, do I have to use a specific AI? It's important for us to clarify that we're not providing an AI to you.
Yep.
We're providing the prompts. And the beauty about these prompts, Jason, is that it doesn't matter what AI you like to use, whether it's Grok or Claude or Gemini or ChatGPT, because
Yep.
let's face it, every day almost one gets better than the other, right? It's a race that there's a new winner every 2 or 3 days if you follow the AI industry. Talk about why it's important, Jason, for them to have the prompts rather than the AI itself.
I love that question. So, two things to that. One is if I give you the prompts, then you can adjust them. So, if you want to change the language to it, if you want to change a word to it, if you want to make it even more personalized to you, then you absolutely can. So, the prompts right now, the context is always you are a webinar presenter. That's generic. You could say, I am a health professional webinar presenter. And just adding those two extra words to it will refine the prompt even further and make it more specific to you and your use case. Now, you don't have to do that. These work perfectly out of the box. But if you want to go the extra level, this is one of the reasons that we made the prompts available to you in order to do that. The other reason is, to Will's point, is to me, I have found very little difference. So I'll give you an example. I find for now, Claude tends to be better at doing research than ChatGPT or any of the other models. So when I create buyer profiles, I have Claude do them for me. But the difference is so little, I don't think it matters. So if I'm in a rush, I prefer ChatGPT's interface. So sometimes I'll just throw it into ChatGPT because I like the interface better. I have an app that I use on ChatGPT, and I haven't installed the app yet on my phone for Claude. So sometimes for a client, just because I'm on the phone and I'm not at home, I'll run the prompt through ChatGPT. So while certain AIs maybe have slightly better versions of this thing versus that thing, they're too small for me to really care about. So it doesn't matter what platform you like to use. So if you prefer Gemini, or if you prefer Claude, or if you prefer whatever, then use them. Here's what you have to understand. If there's anything AI is supposed to be good at, it's language. They're called LLMs, large language models. So if there's any value to using AI at this point in time, if there's any huge advantage you have, it's in language-based opportunities. And the webinar is the most depth of language you could utilize to sell your product. A sales letter is two-dimensional. You can write a sales letter, or you can write a social media post to garner attention, but it's two-dimensional. It's just words. You could create a video, but it's static. It's not interactive. And webinars are long form, not short form, meaning they need more words. So if there's ever a media that will benefit more than any other media when it comes to LLM AIs, large language model AIs, it's webinars by a long shot. It's so exciting because webinars are still the most effective thing in marketing at scale. This is why guys use them, like Alex Hormozy, like Dean Graziosi is another client of mine. Him and Tony Robbins, when they launched with a webinar. Iman Gaddazi, we're doing another one here in September. I have a client right now who started a business, and 3 years later, it's already worth over $100 million, and they're pushing to $1 billion. And they just paid me an obscene amount of money to help them with a webinar. Webinars are the thing that they're going all in on the most to grow their business. And I could just rattle off client after client after client after client. So webinars are the most effective when done right, and they're the ones that are most beneficial to AI. But they have problems if you try to do it the easy way. Trust me, I did. I'm not immune to this, right? If I can shortcut, I'll shortcut. If I can not work versus work to get a result, I will not work all day long. I want to do the least amount of effort possible in order to get the result. So I started doing it the way everybody else does, lazy prompting in ChatGPT, and I started to, just kind of cut corners with it, and it wouldn't give me the output that would be good to ship. So I started building, okay, well, fine, I'll just do this one thing. So I spend 3 hours, 4 hours writing a prompt to do just one thing on a webinar. I'm like, cool, now that's one less thing I have to do. But it's only 5% of my total webinar. So then I said, fine, I'll do another thing. And then 6 months later, in hundreds of hours, I have these prompts. And now these prompts are super effective because they're flexible, because we can use them in any platform, and platforms will change, but these prompts can roll with it, and you can plug them into your one of choice. And again, you can make them your own. They're super adaptable. So if you want to tweak a little piece here, a little piece there, a little piece here, a little piece there, I want you to have that flexibility. I don't want to lock it behind a door and not have you be able to do that. There may come a time, there will, by the way, I've been teasing this, when we put it into a software, but that requires a lot of programming, a lot of coding, a lot of beta testing, a lot of effort to get it there, and it will be, quite frankly, very expensive. And really designed for a certain segment of the market first. Because when Will and I launch things, we launch it to the top 1%. We start at the top and then we work our way down. This is how we make most of our money. So we help rich people become richer, essentially. But when we roll things out like this makes it accessible to all of you who are serious to invest in your business, regardless of where you're at in your business. So we're working towards that. But until we get there, I want to be able to serve you immediately today. And that's what these prompts will do. This will be so leverageable for you. And again, I use these prompts for keynote presentations. I use these prompts for social media content. I use these prompts everywhere. They're ultimately flexible. Because here's the thing about large language models. Large is the problem. You ever heard of this concept called regression to the means? Regression to the means is this. Even if you have an outlier performance, like one that does really good, it's unlikely your next one will be that good. It will regress back to the average. And so with large language models, if you try to prompt them, they will regress to average. They will say, this is the average output that most people get. And average ain't going to cut it. If everybody can get an average output, nobody has an advantage. So we have to make it a small language model. We make it small by narrowing its focus, as I've done, to 15 different segments of the webinar. And then we write large prompts for small tasks. This is your secret. If you get this, you will make more money than you can imagine. And it doesn't even extend to just webinars. It extends everywhere. This is the secret of all secrets. We make it small in focus, and then we make the prompt large in scope within that small focus, okay? And that's the secret to the success here. Now, we applied this to webinars. Why? Because I know more about webinars than any living human being on the planet that's ever existed. In the whole experience of humanity, there is no person on earth that understands and knows more about what makes webinars convert and what you should put into a webinar when it comes to the content than me. And that's why all the best people in the world pay me large amounts of money, and that's why I have all the records. So I've taken that proprietary knowledge that AI doesn't have, and we selectively feed it to it in very specific scenarios. And this is how I can turn you into a world-class, badass webinar presenter, and I can confidently state that because I've removed you from the equation. I no longer need to require you to be excellent anymore for this to occur. I no longer need you to dedicate hundreds of hours to the craft in order for this to occur. I've given you the tool that allows it to occur without you having to level yourself up first in order to get it. And by the way, you have value already. So we don't need to add new value to you. That's the difficulty in this business, is requiring you to take an existing value and then add more value to it in order to be more successful. So you already have value. This just unlocks it. This just unlocks it. So we don't have to add capacity to you and stress to you and effort to you. We unlock existing value and we put it into a marketplace in a way that it can interact with it. I'm so excited about this. Jason.Academy. The excitement I might not show well is because my team and I stayed up for like 3 days straight to ship this thing out. Because, we get a bad rep in this space, and Anik can attest to this as well. We get a bad rep. People think we're out here selling shovels all the time. No, we're digging gold. I don't get much of a chance anymore to sell too many shovels. It sucks because I have the best shovels for sale to help you dig the most amount of golds. But I'm too busy working with clients. I'm too busy flying all over the damn world. and working with clients specifically to install these in their businesses. And so it's rare I get to get out and train to the masses anymore like this and to make an offer to the masses, especially in a domain where I have the most expertise. And so I'm super duper excited about this. And that's why I went the extra mile for this webinar, not because it will make me more money than working on 12 other projects I could have chosen instead, but because of the passion that I have and because of the impact that will result from this. And hey, maybe I'll grow future new business partners that I can do amazing things with 5 or 10 years from now.
Awesome, Jason. Anik, we should get an update on the number of units left. I don't know, Anik is probably muted. I think there are 5 left from what I can see here. Last was posted.
I like this. I also saw another chat. I think it's from Holly as well. She's like, I'm really glad that you're selling this because I recently reread One-to-Many. Thank you. And tried to get AI to help me structure like you, and they couldn't do it. Yeah, Claude couldn't, Gemini couldn't, ChatGPT, and your timing is impeccable. Thank you for bringing that up, Holly, because you're right. Even if you could take my whole PDF of my book, One-to-Many. You could plug it into an AI and say, you're now trained to write webinars like Jason Fladien. Help me write an AI. And it won't. It will not do it. I get mad. Will seen me mad. I get mad because people out there will tell you, marketers will tell you, oh yeah, it will. Just do this. And it's a bald-faced lie. Either they're too naive to know better or they're too nefarious to care. And it frustrates me because it's not a proper representation of reality. It's like, you cannot do it that way. If you could, I would have more than happily done a webinar, 6 months ago on that exact strategy of how to do it. You need to do it in the way that I described. And if you can, fantastic. And here's what I did today. And I hope you appreciate it. You don't have to invest in this course. You can model what I showed you for prompting, and you could create your own prompts. You could screenshot single thing I showed you today. And I'm okay with that, because if you don't have money to invest, then you invest time. Now, here's what I've discovered. For almost every human being, with rare exception, whatever the money cost you, your time is more expensive. So you could take it, you could screenshot it, you could rewrite it from scratch, you could plug it in there, you could organize it. And for some of you, that will be better than spending $29.97 or 5 installments of $6.97, because you're just in no other position. So I wanted to give that to you in that capacity to make you work through it. And then as you work through it, you'll get to understand it. That will create certain subconscious value to you that will show up in other areas of your life, which is fantastic. And then you'll come back later and you will invest for me. But for those of you that are ready to invest and you're willing to commit money, which creates a new identity for you, which increases your capacity to implement this, use this, and benefit from this, then I will just give you the prompts. I feel like that's a fair exchange. If you want them for free, then you pay me in time. If you want to invest, then I will hand them over to you. Either way, though, I will make you better. What I don't like, though, is cheap bastards. And I used to be pretty cheap. Will knew me when I lived in Iowa. In Iowa, everything was expensive if it wasn't $10, When I moved out here to California, I'm now in the upper echelon of California. I laugh. What I used to think was expensive, I now think is the deal of a lifetime, right? So I used to be incredibly cheap. And the most expensive thing I've ever learned to be in life is cheap. It's very expensive. So unfortunately, I see people default to the path of least resistance, which only works in the short term and it doesn't serve in the long term. And so they say, I'll play around with what I learned today. I'll toy with it. I'll try it out. And then if it works, I'll come back and then I'll invest later. And that's just it's a lie you tell yourself. What you're really telling yourself is, I'm scared to commit to a bigger version of myself, and I will use that to justify it. And I normally don't lay it out that plain. But I've done this enough to know that this is often the psychology. So I wanted to create that bind for you to really judge this for its merit. And then if you say, if this is worth doing for free, I've given you the path, but you still have to invest effort, because that's where change occurs. Or you can invest money, which is a substitute for time, because you had to put the time in already in the past to acquire that money to make the investment here today. And then I will give it to you. Either way, though, take what I showed you today, regardless of whether you don't or you do invest. What you have been seeing before here, this is a change. This is something that will no longer allow you to operate at a lower level of frequency. You have no choice now but to increase the capacity in which you can serve yourself, serve your family, serve the market, serve the world. And I'm excited about that. And if it makes sense for you, I would love to have you in Jason.Academy. This is why we reward the fast action takers, to reinforce a good decision that's been made. We're at 70, by the way. I just saw the update.
Nope, Jason. We are at 75.
75.
We just hit it. We just hit it. So, all right. That I warned everybody. I've been harping on this, that exclusive bonus. And by the way, just so you guys know, while I want to share this real quick. Let me turn my camera on. So while we're doing this, why did I go off screen? Well, first of all, because I wanted to let Will have a chance. Will and I go way back, and wanted him to come on. But you know what we started doing? This is live and in action. So because my webinar got pushed back by a few days, right? I thought, well, shit, we can turn ads back on. We turn this into a narrative, we spin it, and we're able to get more people to hear the excitement, to hear the social proof, hear what happened, and show up for mine. So I've actually, the last 10, 15 minutes, Jason, I've been filming ads. Just grabbed a phone, and it's what, 10:30? Filming ads, man, right around the studio here, and getting ready for the next hike, the next bike. And what did I just say? It was funny. I was poking at Porvak here because he was like, how much are we going to spend? So I gave him a number. He's like, oh shit, we need a lot of video ads. And I was like, hey, what did Jason just say? When you got momentum, you double down, right? We got to hit the accelerator because this is great. Like people are loving what we have here. So we are at 75. I do not know. Just honest, I do not know what the other bonus is going to be. We will create another great bonus. It won't be as great as this one. Fair. Okay. It just is what it is. But there will be another great bonus. I don't know what it is. So you're going to have to just trust me. Unless Jason's able to come up with some thought, or Will, or anyone right now. As you guys can tell, this has really hit hard, and it's not that we weren't expecting it, but yeah, I mean, this is awesome. So we have hit the 75, and I got to be a man of my word. So we're going to change that bonus up a little bit, and I'll let you guys know what it is.
I have a crazy idea, Anik, and I don't know if this is a good idea for me or not. It's good for the audience, though. So it's generally, I'm prejudiced towards that. By the way, before I give the idea, Will knows me. I'm always pessimistic. This is how I unlock the best version of me possible to deliver it. I assume nobody's going to buy, everybody's going to hate it. It is going to be incredibly difficult. So I dig down and go extra hard. And that's where it comes from. So I always walk in expecting sales to be slow, and then over time we'll get them. Because, Rome isn't built in a day, right? So my team is not nearly as big as Anik's. We're not as processed as Anik is, and we will have to borrow from Anik a little bit in terms of insight. But I do have a nice team that I've built right now. We've created 2 webinars together, this new team that I've assembled, and we've created them in the last 30 days. And they've both been massive successes. So I'm super excited about that. And they know my process right now. So we can't do 75 internally. I can do 10.
I see where you're going with this.
I can do 10. So we can do a review of 10 webinars, my team and I. And because I'm competitive, we'll make sure they're just as good as Anik's, but we'll have to work 3 or 4 times as hard in order to do that because they got the head start on us. So I will increase on our end 10 reviews for webinars. So we will bump that up for the next 10 people that invest.
Wow. All right. Wow. Super powerful. Let me ask a quick question, and then I want to turn it back, Jason, to you because you were just doing an amazing job. Give me in the comments, everyone, Chang is asking how to sign up. I mean, there's right there, Jason.Academy. Just pop that into the URL. Give me a number 4 right now in the chat if you are about to sign up, meaning you haven't done it yet, but you're about to do it now. You're going to do it now. We just extended the bonus basically in a way by another 10 spots. My team is throwing around some cool ideas, possibly to help expand a little bit on our side. I'll have to review them. I don't want to make that decision too fast right now. So give us a quick number 4 if you're still working on it. All right. I see some 4s coming in. So you have an opportunity still right now. And like, congratulations to the 75 that took action. Seriously, you guys are amazing. All right. Will, Jason, back to you. I'm going to go film some more. And I just want to repeat to everybody, Monday. So coming up in 6 days, I will be back here too. Now I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to film an ad or 2 and come right back. But I just want you guys to know that this game, we're just starting. We're just having fun right now. Like, there's a lot more knowledge and training to come for free from us. We're going to continue to show you the tremendous value that we bring, and continue earning the right to ask you to pay us for something. So,
Hey, Anik,
Will, I'm sure there
before
are
you take
questions
off,
pouring in.
Anik, before you
Yeah.
take off, a lot of people here asking about traffic and not having an audience yet. I know you're going to focus on that, but give them a little preview or make them feel good about the fact that that's coming and that you have that nailed down.
Absolutely. So listen, everyone, traffic is the least of your problems when you have a great offer and webinar. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but here's the thing. The first place you can hit, okay, to get traffic are affiliates. There are lots of them out there. And you don't need to hit the big guys. You don't need a Jason and an Anik to promote you. Yes, those are harder to get to. Those take relationships. Those take a lot more different things. But there are a lot of affiliates out there who could put 50 to 100 people on a webinar who are not being chased after all day long. So I'm going to share with you how to get access to them. They are all on Facebook. They're inside groups. You are probably already talking to a lot of them as friends and chatting back and forth in comments. You just don't realize it yet. Here's what happens. Once the first couple of them do the webinar with you and they kill it and they make really good money and they see the conversion, it's game over. I'm telling you right now, this is why it is so important. I know everyone's like traffic, but why it's so imperative that you nail down the offer and the webinars, because you can get all the traffic in the world from Facebook, YouTube. I can show you how to do Facebook ads right now. I can spend 100 grand of your money by tomorrow if you'd like, overnight. Well, probably not, most accounts are limited, but you know what I mean. And it's useless. Traffic is easy. Traffic can be bought. Traffic is acquirable. Traffic is a mercenary. Okay. It's just out there waiting for you to pay it enough money to come to your site. But you have to have the confidence in your offer and your webinar. Now, what happens in that scenario, right? So scenario one, and there's going to be a lot of people who aren't going to believe me. I hear your objections. Oh, I don't know anybody. Oh, I don't know anyone that could get 50 or 100. Okay, fine. Hold that thought. I will, instead of debating you on that objection, I'll simply go around it and give you another option. But once you get one or two affiliates that do well, game over. They're going to talk about you to others. You can ask for referrals. And before you know it, you'll be booking a webinar a week, doing 50 to 100 people per webinar a week, which, by the way, can be very profitable when done correctly. And then as you get those chops going, you'll slowly start to increase the size of those webinars. You still have to pay your dues in that game. You cannot go from 0 to 1,000 on a webinar like Jason and I just had today. Just being very clear and honest. Yep. It takes time. We have earned that badge. We have earned it through time and hustle and relationships and showing up and knowing what we're doing. Now, for those of you contesting me on this and saying, oh, I don't know anybody, fine, okay, I disagree, but instead of arguing with you on it or trying to change your mindset there, I'll simply take you down the route of, do you have access to $500? If you have access to $500 or $1,000, and if you don't, you go out and you figure out how to get it. You sell that PlayStation, you drive Uber for 2 days, I don't care. You figure out how to get that money. We will share with you how to just tap into Facebook, how to go to the number one mercenary that is out there, pay them, get some traffic, get 50 people on a webinar. Is it going to be as quality as it would be if you had an affiliate? No. Is it going to be incredibly impactful, give you opportunity to test yourself, get yourself refined up, and most likely, if you do it right, make you back at least what you spent? Yes, I think, if you do it the way we teach you. Now, once you get those chops down with paid traffic, the key is to nail the funnel down. So if you just do paid traffic to live, you're going to break even / maybe lose a little money. I'm being honest with you. I'm telling you the upfront what it is. That if you nail down the parts that I teach you now on Monday and then inside Webinar Mastery Academy, you could turn that into a profit, right? So if you want to go that route, it's a little bit slower. Believe it or not, I know that paid traffic is easier to start because you can just start an ad and buy it, but it's actually a little bit scaler to scale that way than to hear me out and go the route of just getting a few people who have smaller lists to promote you, or you can do both at the same time. There's nothing stopping you. And so my prime favorite spots right now for a webinar are to go down the road of affiliates or go to Facebook ads. Now, people will say, what about YouTube? And what about Google? And what about TikTok? And what about Pinterest? And what about X? And what about LinkedIn? And what? Yes, they're all great platforms. I'll just tell you right now, Google charges a tax. I've always jokingly said there's a hazing. You want to join a fraternity? They're going to put you through a week of hell. You got to earn the right to be in it. Google seems to be that way. They like to thrash around your credit card for a little while, get things dialed in, and then they deliver quality. Okay, great. For people like Jason and I, we can go in, know that fine, we can spend that, we can get there. I still haven't, like, they messed up their system, in my opinion, a couple of years ago, and I just have not been able to dial it in for webinars at all. All right. Now, that might just be me. There's others that have. We're going to bring them on. They're going to teach it, but I'll still quietly, secretly behind the scenes be like, go to Facebook. Because we have run funnel after funnel after funnel after funnel after funnel after funnel after funnel on Facebook with webinars and has killed it. So I could teach you the 19 ways to get traffic and overwhelm you and say, look at me, wow, isn't all this massive volume of crap I've given you make me look so good? Or I could just say, let's cut the crap, cut the noise, get to the point. These are the two routes. This is how I'm going to make my millions, how I do make my millions. So I'm just going to tell you what I'm doing that's working. Keep it simple. We go the natural route, affiliates, right? Jason said before, I've got the clients and I've got the people to put people on a webinar. So I focus on conversion. That's the route he goes. That's what he's got, right? Number 2, Facebook. By the way, I use both of them and we do great. So sorry, Will, it was a long answer to a very short question, but I wanted to address it. And we will talk a lot more about this, of course, on Monday.
That's awesome. Jason, back to you. I love this question because it solidifies or represents something that a lot of people are scared of, which is fear of success. What if I run this webinar a few times and it's magic and for one-on-one coaching and I get too many clients? And by the way, we've been there, done that, haven't we?
I remember a time at not Universal Studios in Orlando at Disney. I went on a vacation and I had 1,000 one-on-one clients that bought a $3,500 offer. So just do the math on that, if you will, right? We were expecting 300 clients instead of 1,000. So I was going to take care of them when I got back from vacation. This is 2014. But you know what I did? I just got up 2 hours early every day for 7 days while I was on vacation. Was it ideal? No. Did we just sell 3,500 times 1,000? Yes. That was a free bonus, by the way. Like, I didn't get paid extra, because what I will tell you is if you get too successful with too many one-on-one clients, you have the talk with them. And I've had this talk before. You could say, hey, I've messed up. I've taken on too many clients all at once. So here's what I would love to do. I could either give you your money back. We can arrange alternative ways in which I can serve you. Or if you would really like the one-on-ones, let's have a discussion on what that could look like, bigger picture. Because the best thing you can have is too much demand and not enough supply. You want to know the number one thing that causes prices to increase naturally without you having to be good at technique is to have too much demand and not enough supply. This is why I charge what I do. So I charge $3,500 an hour just to do basic consulting, and that gets me in the room so people can pitch me on hiring me to work with them further. Otherwise, $3,500 an hour is still not worth my time. When I pitch for clients, like when I go on a webinar and sell for them, which is what I do for a few select clients, I start at $10,000 an hour. And then we churn that based on performance into percentage deals. So I always start with a flat fee first, and then I transition into a percentage base, and then occasionally an equity if we get along really nicely and things look good. So I can only charge $10,000 an hour because I have more demand than I can supply. So the numbers take care of themselves. So the best thing you can do is bite the bullet once, serve people, and then fix your pricing issue. Triple, quadruple your price, and you will be surprised when you might still sell a little too many. Because what I've discovered is...
How many times have we heard oh my God, Jason, I increased my price and I sold more, I converted better. How many times have we heard that? Every time
that's where I developed
basically.
I developed that close a long time ago that I use a lot. And it's this: when you raise your prices, one of three things happen. Conversion can go down, conversion can stay the same, or conversion can go up. Two of those three things are great. Conversion stays the same or goes up. That's extra money. When conversion goes down, you could still make more money even with less conversion because the net profit can still be higher. Now, of those three options, raising your price is typically the least likely thing to happen is conversion will go down. The most likely thing is it stays the same, but the second most likely thing is conversion goes up. We were in, where were we, Will? We were in some exotic island, Cayman Islands. You and I were in the Cayman Islands. They flew out all the top affiliates for this launch, and they said, dear affiliates, you are our best affiliates. What could we do in order to make the next launch even better? And I looked at them and said, raise the prices. And they were selling at $3,500, and I told them to raise it to $5,000. And they looked at me like I was crazy for a second. And they say, okay, so conversion could go down, but we can make more money. I go, no. I said, conversion will go up. And they said, what do you mean, Jason? They looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, here's the thing. Tell me if this is true or not. I said, have you drastically increased the value of the offer? Because they had launched this offer 4 times and the price had stayed the same. And they go, we have massively upgraded this offer. We've added this to it. We've done this to it. We've done that to it. I go, so how can I, with a straight face, tell an audience that we've increased the value this much and we kept the price the same? I said, to an audience, that doesn't make sense. That can't be true. We can't increase the value 100 times and keep the price the same. So I said, keeping the price the same is hurting your conversion. And they said, okay, we'll increase the price. And that's when they, at the time, set the biggest record for the launch in the space that they were in. So I hope that happens to you. Oftentimes what we do is we price too low initially because we're scared, and that's okay. Because we still help people and then we still make money. And then the easiest thing to fix is the price. You just log into your shopping cart and you change some numbers around. And what you will find is people will pay you a higher price, and then you walk around realizing you could have always charged that price. And that will change you fundamentally as a human being, and it will show up in every other area of your life. You will start to value yourself more. And when you value yourself more, other people will value you more. And when other people value you more, not only will you do more business, you will help more people at a grander scale. So I'm super excited for that to happen. But hey, listen, you can always give people their money back. That's never a problem. You can say, listen, there's 12 of you paying me. I can only take 8. So the last 4 of you, I'll give you your money back. And here's what often happens, and Will's seen this too, right? They say, no. Can I give you more money so I don't lose my spot? And you say, oh, okay, now all of a sudden I can make time. But maybe that's an edge case scenario. I don't know how many of you that applies to
Well,
yet.
things like that happen. It's like, can I pay you more so that you add another spot for me? Or oftentimes it's like, hey, can you just keep my money and keep me on the waiting list and put me on the top of your waiting list for next time you open this up?
Sometimes our biggest breakthroughs start with one-on-one. And then when clients say, I don't need the one-on-one, but if you could just create this for me, then I would pay the same price for it. And then you create that for them, and then that's your product. And that goes on to make you more money than the one-on-one coaching ever did. But I'm cool. I'm cool with however you want to serve the market. This will help you serve the market more effectively.
Yes, question from Ed. I don't have an audience, Ken, or will this offer help me in my new business get off the ground?
I love
yeah,
this
we
question.
talked about a little bit ago. Anik is going to cover audiences and how to get traffic. So stay tuned for that. But yes, the answer is yes, it will help you if you implement what you learn.
So,
Jason,
I want to just give a different, slight, short perspective on that. So a couple of weeks ago, The Weeknd was in LA at SoFi Stadium. So my wife and I went and we watched The Weeknd. He was there 4 nights in a row, I think, at least 3. We went on a Sunday. I think it was on the last nights. And here's the thing. You don't just randomly go to SoFi Stadium. You just don't randomly show up to watch a random artist perform. You come because of the artist. So here's what this means. Before you can drive traffic, you need an offer and you need a webinar. That is your talent. That is your weekend. That is your superstar on the stage. Once you have that, once you have the talent, quote unquote, once you have the performer, which is your webinar and your offer, then you drive the traffic. So it's no wonder you don't have any traffic yet, because where would you put it if you did? You have nowhere to put it. So even if you weren't getting all of the insight that Anik is going to teach you with driving traffic, this would still be a good investment for you, because this will create an asset that will then give you the ability to start doing the other strategies that can drive traffic, because you can't go to an affiliate and say, promote me. I don't have a product or a webinar or an offer. You will get 0 affiliates to promote you. You can't go to Facebook and say, hey, listen, send me traffic. They'd be like, where? You're like, I don't know where, just send me some traffic. Like they won't do it. It won't even make sense. And if they did, you're just wasting money. Now, Anik will teach you traffic strategies on top of this as well, but you need both. And this is what's so exciting, is this is the first time in history we've been able to publish a training program that gives you both in its entirety, the conversion and the traffic. And I'm so excited about that.
Jason, what you just said there is absolute gold. And so I'm going to ask you to repeat it in a different way. The part about um, the fact that if you don't have a product or an offer, why would traffic matter? Because you don't have anywhere to send that traffic. So restate that, because I want people to hear from different perspectives and different ways, because that is absolute gold right there. If you do not have a business that is performing right now, if you do not have traffic, if you're concerned about traffic, listen to what Jason is going to say right now about why you need to do this.
Yeah, let's just say if you don't have a, okay, I got a couple metaphors. I'm not sure which one I want to use. The point of it is this. The reason you don't have traffic is because if you had it, you wouldn't be able to do anything with it. So therefore, you don't deserve to have traffic. What you need is not traffic. What you need is something that can take somebody from a lower level of being to a higher level of being. That's what you need. Because once you have that, then you can attract the people of a lower frequency. And then you can feel good, because you know if you attract them, you will raise them to a higher level of frequency. Once you have a really good offer and a really good webinar, like I'm going to teach you to do, it'll be harder for you not to drive traffic than it will be to drive traffic. And here's why. Because you will lay in bed at night saying, damn, I have something that can change somebody's life, and I'm not putting it in front of them. Think about that motivation. Right now you procrastinate because you're like, oh, I got to find people to put this in front of, and I got to do this, and I got to do that. Listen to that language. I, me. But once you have a really good product, once you have a really good offer, once you have a really good webinar, then the focus is on you. You need this. You not having this limits you. You are suffering right now. Every moment you don't know this exists, you are going to continue to suffer. So now the procrastination is on you thinking about your own problems. That's how I started the webinar, right? And so the action becomes natural as a result, because you have something that's useful to people, so you will do things to put it in front of them. Right now, if you don't have that, you are unlikely to do it. Now, there are some of you that this does not apply to, because no one answer applies to everybody. This is why we do these Q&As at the end of these webinars. Some of you, your issue is not a traffic issue. Your issue is a confidence issue, because you do have something incredible, but you're afraid to put that in front of somebody, because you're afraid, well, what if they don't like it? What if they reject me? What if I'm not as good as I think I am? What if something goes wrong? And so let's just be very clear. That is not a traffic issue. That is a confidence issue. So if you have a traffic issue, we've discussed this from a few different perspectives, and I'm happy to continue discussing this from other perspectives as well, because I could discuss it from the perspective, Will, of it's not a traffic issue. It's a perspective issue of the sense of how many do you need? If you can get 10 people to pay you $2,000, that's $20,000. And let's say you do that in 60 days. 10 people over 60 days is how many people? 1 every 6 days. 1 every 6 days. That's it. So how much traffic do you need if you only have to convert 1 every 6 days? This is the power of webinars, because we're not trying to convert everybody. We are trying to convert the very few who need us the most. And those very few will spend the necessary money to get the sufficient solution to their problem. There's not a lot of them out there. There's a few of them out there, but they will respond very quickly and eagerly, they will self-identify once you put the message out there. Because you don't just say, hey, you say, hey, you with this specific issue. And they say, where have you been my whole life? Because nobody else is talking to me except for you. So they will find you. And not a lot of them. Let's be very clear. A few of them. So you sell one every 6 days, a $2,000 offer. You've made $20,000 in 60 days. I think that's the math. Maybe I lost it right now. All I know is you've made a large amount of money, more than most people ever make, in a relatively short amount of time with just a handful of people. So when people talk about traffic, they dehumanize the experience. We need to be talking about souls, not traffic. And how many souls do you need to change? What would it be worth to you? One. You just need to change one soul. You need to connect and empower and change one soul. And then how do you get to 2? One at a time. And if you get them both on the webinar, great. If you have to do 2 webinars to get 2 souls, great. How do you get to 5? You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you get all 5 at once, fantastic. If you get them separately, we call you winner. So we don't need a lot. We just need a few, the right few. And so this is another benefit of this. So that's a traffic thing. But let's talk about confidence, because that's a whole separate issue. And the thing about confidence, and this is what works against you. And I know this because I work with all the best in the world. And if you think I'm selling you only when I'm selling you product, that's the least amount of time I sell clients. My most selling occurs after they pay me money and we do consulting. And then I sell them on the concepts that they need to follow in order to get the best results. That's the real selling. That's my favorite type of selling. It's harder, by the way. But this is what I deal with clients who have a lack of confidence. They generally have it twisted. They say, when I get the result, then I will feel confident. But the problem with that thinking is then it never occurs. Because how do you get the result? You have to take action first. How do you take action? You have confidence. So what you need is the right amount of confidence to take a step forward in the right direction. The confidence will get the result, not vice versa. Once you get the result, you may increase your confidence or you may not. You know Neil Armstrong, the first guy to ever walk on the moon? Terrified out of his mind to go and speak about it. Never got the confidence for it. So even if you get the result, it doesn't guarantee the confidence, which is further proof that confidence doesn't necessarily need a result attached to it. Now, I hope that the result is a reinforcement and it increases your confidence, but confidence is not a result. It's a mental state. It's an emotional state. And what I'm doing here is transferring my confidence to you, because I don't need to rely on you to know how to open a webinar. I'm giving you the process of how to open the webinar. So you can take my confidence. And if you only have 1% of the confidence that I have, you have more than enough. Because Will knows me. I am the most confident person if I know I have the right solution for them. I will not hesitate for a single second. And I will confidently put it in front of them. And I will be confident in my delivery and my support to them. Because I know what it's like. And I have that. So you can borrow just a little bit of mine. But you know what? Right now, you're too confident in staying the same. So you have the confidence.
Comes from preparedness, right, Jason? And what you're doing is you're preparing them by giving them the tools and the knowledge to do what needs to be done to empower others in whatever it is that they're doing, whatever niche they're selling in, whatever the product is. If it'll make their audiences or their prospects' lives better in any way, shape, or form, then confidence is not an issue.
Well, and Will, you know the models we run, we remove confidence from the equation. We launch everything in beta typically. With most of our clients and the best campaigns we ever run, we always start in beta. Hey, we have an idea. I don't know if it will work or not. This is the opening of a lot of our campaigns. I have this idea. I'm not sure if it will work or not. If you're willing to be my guinea pig and run this experiment with me, here's what I can promise you. 1, I will give you the best deal possible. Nobody will get a better deal than you to put up with being my guinea pig. And 2, I will be the most committed to your success because I want this thing to work. So you will get the most of me and the most access to me as possible, and I will provide the most resources to you. Would you like to try it out? Now we remove confidence from the equation because the audience has agreed that this might suck, and I'm okay with that. I'm willing to take the risk just to see what happens. And now we've removed confidence from the equation. You don't need it anymore. So I have an attitude, and I would hope for you to adopt this. And one of the things that you'll get, more likely this will transfer to you through osmosis simply by signing up at jason.academy, is I have this attitude. There are two ways in which people can look at the world. They can look at it through a solution frame, or they can look at it from a problem frame. Every single thing you encounter, you can choose to look at it either through a problem lens or a solution lens. So we can take traffic. We can look at it from a problem lens. I don't know how to drive traffic. Or we can switch it to a solution lens. What would it take in order for me to drive just enough traffic to be more successful this month than I was last month? Ooh, what did we do there? We shifted from problem, and what you focus on expands, to solution. We could switch it again. How would I only need 3 people to buy in order for me to be successful? So we went from I can't drive traffic to I only need 3, and that's another way to do it. And we could do the same thing with confidence. You could say the problem could be, I don't have confidence. The solution frame says, how do I sell without confidence? And that's the difference between the two. And we just run this.
I love this because you teach this, Jason, right? You've actually taught this to so many people. You can literally get on the webinar and start the webinar saying, listen, I have something that I know will help you. I am crazy scared right now. So if my voice is trembling, if I can't stand to get on the camera, if I pause sometimes, if you hear me, tears dropping from my eyes, my stomach is in shambles right now, but I'm going to put myself out there.
Yeah.
So hopefully you will forgive me for being unpolished in doing this, right?
That's
and then
right.
You can literally read all the scripts. So we've had people do this. Clients have come and have done this and have reported that not only did they sell well, but they got motivation from their audience, like their audience cheering them on, right?
Yeah.
And this and this helps you build confidence. And even if you don't have confidence, it's okay. Now,
and that's a great example of a solution frame, right? Client comes to me and says, Jason, I'm scared to sell on my webinar. I say, fantastic, let's use that. They say, what do you mean? And I say, you tell the audience, I'm about to sell you right now and I'm scared out of my mind. I am incredibly uncomfortable. However, I'm willing to risk my discomfort to help you out of yours. So is it okay if I screw up the pitch and if I'm nervous and I'm scared out of my mind and I still try to sell you anyway, despite the fact that I'm freaked out right now? And I joke with clients, and it's true. I said, I wish I could sell like that. It's not true for me because I'm not scared when I sell. I don't have that hesitation or that issue. I'm like,
but you have used, we have used this before, ourselves in a slightly different way. There was a product we tried to pitch and we got the pitch completely wrong. So what did we do? We went to the audience the next day and said, listen, I screwed up. I'm going to invite you to come to the webinar again. I'm going to redo it because I got to make it up to you.
So that was WP Twin. That was in 2010, first project Will and I ever did. And this is a great lesson for all of you. And so we can always find a solution. That's the attitude. If you have that and you connect it with what we have at jason.academy, I almost said jason.alchemy because that's what it feels like to me. If you combine that attitude, though, with what we have in programming at jason.academy, oh my God, boom, this is crazy. And that's what Will and I did. The first project we work on, we go out and we do a webinar. It's 2010. We launch this webinar. We have this software. We get on that. I'm super hyped up. First project we ever worked on together, we sell $5,000 around there. Total failure. Flop. I mean, it wasn't too bad, but I was already making really good money even back in 2010. And then we did a postmortem, and this is what Will and I always have done, and it's served us incredibly well. This is why I can give you such good stuff, because it's a refinement of 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 a refinement. Will and I did a postmortem, and this is what I love about webinars. Will said, hey, on the webinar, you lost people right here in this one specific place. And I said, oh, interesting. We can fix that. So we knew we could fix that. So then we went to the audience, same audience, mind you, not a new audience, same audience. And we said, we screwed up. We lost you over here. We were too technical in this area. And as a result, you were confused and I wasn't able to help you. And I feel really bad about it because I know that if I communicated it to you correctly, I think it would have made a big difference to you. So I feel bad that I'm at fault because I have limited your ability to grow because I didn't communicate it effectively. So here's what I would like to do to make it up to you. If you would be so kind and gracious, we're doing the webinar again. 95% of it is the same webinar, but the 5% that I changed, I think makes all the difference in the world. So if you'd be so kind to give me a second chance, let me see if I can make it up to you. And that was essentially the messaging that we put in front of that audience. And sure enough, the same audience came back and we sold 6 figures a couple of days later. Same audience, 95% of the same webinar, just a slight change. And then when that hit, that took the market over because it was a new product. Here's the problem with new ideas, new concepts, things that the market hasn't seen before. They're foreign to them and they're confused by them. They're harder to initially articulate, but once you articulate them, they take off faster than anything you've ever seen. So that particular software ended up going viral, ended up going everywhere, and it launched a huge business for Will and I, which we turned into Rapid Crush in 2011. And from that, we use the same methodologies to sell a whole bunch of different software. And then if you've ever seen ClickFunnels do really well, I'll give you a little hint. That thing wasn't selling until a certain person took some strategy that I taught on how to do webinars. And now that's a gigantic, huge, I think 9-figure probably company at this point in time. And that was a result of learning from us what we learned the hard way by selling software via webinars. But it doesn't matter what you sell via webinars. You either come with a problem frame or you come with a solution frame. And you don't need to know that in order to benefit from the training and all the stuff that we're offering inside of Jason.Academy. But what's really cool is once you start to understand that, not only will it benefit you, you can transfer that to your audience. Because I don't care what you sell. You can sell Chinese medicine, you can sell weight loss, you can sell feng shui, you can sell whatever. Every potential customer you reach will benefit from that attitudinal shift. And that's at the heart of most of the things that we do. And this is why I'm working just as hard at 42 as I was at 24. This is why I'm willing to go that extra mile and be here with you, because I know if that light bulb comes on for you and it can change so much for you and I can help be that change, that is my greatest success. So help me
Jason,
help you.
one more thing on confidence.
Yep.
A lot of folks I know for a fact, we've worked with hundreds of thousands of clients in our last 15 years in business. And most folks are scared to death about presenting, right?
Yep.
Talk about the business partner that we had, that he didn't have a problem presenting, but he didn't have time to prepare his webinar properly. So he literally took your big book of webinar closes and read the closes, told his audience he was going to read from a book.
Couple people have done that now because I've told that story before, right?
Yeah, it closed
says,
like
listen,
1.7 million or 1.8 million or something like that.
Yeah, a completely atypical result, I must reinforce with you, because this guy had huge credibility with his audience and good standing, top expert in his field, but he had unharvested value in that audience because he'd never done a webinar before. And he didn't know how to do a large part of the webinar. So here's what he did that was genius. He printed out these closes that I wrote. And he says, I have these closes in my hand. My mentor, Jason Fladien, these are the closes that he would tell me to use. I didn't have time to prepare them. So is it okay with you if I just read them to you? And the audience said yes. And then he read them, the closes, and he killed it. Then I told the story and somebody else did the exact same thing. It's so crazy. You know what this is called? And the world lacks this more than just about anything. This is called authenticity. That's what this is called. And what I've been really good at is learning how to sell authentically. And this is why I don't use anybody else's webinar model, because I'm not throwing shade. I'm sure other people have good, clean models out there, but most of the models that I've seen, they're very inauthentic. They use a lot of manipulation and different kind of tactical things that make me feel uncomfortable with. So I'm like, how do we use authenticity as a leverage point to increase the selling of our webinars? And this is why I love to use as a hook the cards on the table, which is a prompt that you get where you literally just tell people, I have two agendas here today. My first agenda is to do X, Y, and Z for you. And my second agenda is to sell you something. Now, if I'm not good on my first agenda, if I don't help you with X, Y, and Z, then please don't buy what I'm going to sell at the end of this webinar. However, if by some small chance I actually deliver for you X, Y, and Z as promised, then will you at least consider the offer that I will make to you at the end of the webinar today? And you know what you get from that? 100% buy-in. The only people that wouldn't say yes to that are unreasonable people, and you don't want unreasonable people as customers. But every reasonable person, and that's most people in the world, 99%, regardless of what Facebook tells you, most people in those circumstances are completely reasonable. They will say yes, and then it makes the webinar easier for you. All you got to do is satisfy that goal. And if you don't, then you shouldn't sell them, and that's okay. And if you do, then you shouldn't not sell them, because not selling them would hurt them more than selling them would hurt them. So then you should sell them, and they're eager to buy under those conditions. So we turn a problem frame, oh my God, selling, into a solution frame. Please sell me if ... Isn't this clever? I'm clever in a good way. And that's a prompt.
Here's something that just came in from JS. That is not authentic. That is manipulative.
Okay. You got me. You got me. I mean, to me, authenticity, one of the ways authenticity shows up is to be as clear in your intentions as humanly possible, right? As it makes sense in the context that you're giving it in. You could make the argument, what is manipulation? Manipulation is taking things in one state and putting them into another state. So manipulation in and of itself as a term has no positive or negative connotation. Now, manipulation in context of how most people discuss it means I'm going to pretend to do one thing to you while I'm doing another thing to you. So if you knew what I was doing to you, you would put defenses up to protect yourself. So I'm subverting those defenses and I'm doing something to harm you. That is what manipulation is. And so authenticity in comparison to that is I'm telling you what my intentions are, and then you can agree to engage with me, knowing what my intentions are, and we can work together. Or you can know, because of these intentions, this doesn't jive with you, and then you can know not to work with me. And that is a form of authenticity. Now, here's what's the coolest thing that I've learned doing these webinars forever at this point in time is authenticity is just a perspective. So if my children come to me and they say, "Hey, Dad," and then they ask me a question that's far beyond the realm of a child to understand, I don't tell them the actual answer to certain things, right? Like if there's a serial killer loose running the streets in Los Angeles, as an example, I wouldn't say, "Okay, kids, let's be very clear with each other right now. There's a murderer down the street, and he might get you if you're not careful." That would be stupid, right? Instead, you would say, "Hey, listen, we're gonna do a little extra special something here today to make sure we're more aware of our surroundings. Because once you're more aware of surroundings, these are the things that can occur. And this is what's really important for me. I want you to develop the skills of communication with me, and I'm going to have your back, and you're going to have my back. And this is how this is going to serve you later on in life." Is that inauthentic? No. That makes sense to that audience, given the context and giving the connection and what you're trying to accomplish there. And so all we try to do is serve an audience. And authenticity is generally, I found, the most effective way that is lacking in most webinars that you can add into it very clearly. And I find that putting your intentions up front, as I did today, I straight up said, if you're the right person, I would be upset if you didn't buy. And if you're the wrong person, I don't want you to buy. And then that makes everybody easier, and we can get down to it. I would check in with you from time to time. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, where I'd say, "Is this really good? Like, is this me teaching too much?" That's not a trick. That's not some sort of advanced, crazy strategy. That's me checking in with you to make sure we're okay. Will and I will read that feedback later. We will post-mortem it, analyze it, and then determine, did we go too deep in this area? Did we not go deep enough in that area? And then we will make adjustments so we can come back and be more effective next time. Now, this is big boy stuff, big girl stuff, right? This isn't stuff that most of you need to know. Most of you, all you need to do is slightly increase your capacity and your life will significantly level up. You don't need millions of dollars. You don't need a vacation home in a foreign country, right? You don't need fancy watches and fly private jets, right? You need breathing room. You need more autonomy. You need to have enough space so you can be more expressive to the things you want to have expression in and spend more time, both quantity and quality, with the people that matter to you. So you don't need millions of dollars to do that. You just need a little bit of growth. And this can help you get that little bit of growth. Jason.Academy. By the way, one thing I'm so excited about, and Anik has updated us, we're at at 79 last I saw here a little bit ago. So we're almost hitting the capacity on 85. Anik has, in the last couple of weeks with the traffic that he's driven, and he's really only driven it in the last week, I have been in front of more people for webinars in the last week en masse than I ever have before in my life. That guy knows traffic. He knows traffic. Because here's what's really exciting. He's just warming up. Like, we are both incredibly busy. We both have other projects that we have to work on in support of. So we put the most effort into getting the product done, the least effort into the pitching and the advertising of the product. And over time, I know what he's going to do to increase that. Like, we're going to be everywhere, and it's going to be super exciting. So he is living what he teaches you. I don't know anybody better who can teach you. I know people that can buy traffic for multimillionaires who have certain capacities and do certain crazy stuff, but that's not the masses. For you, where you're at, the majority of you, Anik's traffic strategies are incredible. But you can't have one with the other. You got to have the webinar and you got to have the traffic. And here's what I've discovered. It's the secret to life, really, Will. If you look at all of our biggest successes, we didn't do everything ourselves. And so we live on conversion and we partner with people that get traffic. So this is great because this is the first time for webinars specifically we can partner with teaching both concepts. And none of you can do both excellently. So you should leverage both my conversion insights and Anik's traffic insights. And then 80-20 it. Take the 20% of it that will give you 80% of the way there, and you'll go and you'll crush. You'll do well. And then you can do other things. There are so many people that I've trained, and Will knows this better than anybody, that are significantly more successful than I am in terms of the amount of money that they've made. But they're not anywhere near as good as I am at conversion, at persuasion, at offer construction, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why they hire me, because they know I'm better than them, even though some of these people are billionaire valuations at this point in time, because they took the best from me and then they combined it with the best of this guy, the best of that person, the best of that person, the best of that person, and the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. For whatever reason, and I have no regrets, I am completely happy with the life that I live, because money is just a number. And after a while, it becomes less meaningful the more of it you make, at least to me. I was able to focus only on my craft. So for whatever reason, I've just spent 18 years just getting better at this. It's limited my ability in terms of raw growth of the amount of money I could have made, because I could have learned how to do these tax strategies. And then I could have learned how to invest the money once I got it. And I could have spent time in these other areas. But I just stayed in my zone of genius. And this is how I became the incredibly best in the world. I don't recommend you do that, by the way, if you're trying to maximize your revenue and trying to maximize your free amount of time. But I do recommend you leverage genius like me, because that's what all the smartest people in their industries are doing, is they're leveraging my genius and they're leveraging Anik's genius. I do recommend you do that. And if you think this knowledge is expensive, try ignorance. It's even more expensive.
Awesome stuff, Jason. You mentioned software. Ishan asks, would the pitch be different for selling a software versus an info product? Man, this is an area that we understand very well, don't we?
For 99% of you, no difference, right? Now, if you came to me and said, Jason, I have $1 million ad budget, and we're already doing $15 million a year, and we want to take this up to $25 million a year, and we also want to increase enterprise value, so that's important to us as well, then I would sell it differently. But that is not most of you. For most of you, it's the same exact pitch. Whether you're selling software or you're selling a service or you're selling a product, you still have to hook people. And the pop quiz will work universally no matter what you sell. You still have to meet them initially at their pain. So the biggest mistake lots of webinars do is they start off with too much positivity. It mismatches the audience. The audience is coming because they're hurting. If you tell somebody how great the world is and they feel the world is miserable, you lose. So you have to start with, I understand that for you right now, this is how the world is miserable to you in these specific ways. So you start in pain, and that doesn't matter whether you sell software, service, or product. And then you should go to gain. However, if you can get past this, and I'm aware that this is a struggle for you, so I've calibrated to that. And because I understand that, I've built a solution that takes that into account. If you can get past this, this is how the life could be for you. This is what's on the other side as if you could get through it. And then you go into the gain session, right? And that will work independent of whatever you're selling. And then you go into the position. So now you've got them hooked. They know the cost of staying the same, which is more pain. They know the benefit of change, which is gain. And now you say, and here's how I'm specifically, uniquely qualified to help you get there. And then you go into positioning. And then that positioning, that will work no matter what you sell. And then you introduce the paradigm. And the paradigm, it doesn't matter whether it's software. There is a cool software paradigm that you can use that isn't as useful in other types of products. So when we sell software, my favorite paradigm to use is the show the manual, sell the automatic. So we show you how to do it manually, and then we offer the automated version of that in the form of software. You can do that for done-for-you services as well. It works incredibly well for that. But you can use other paradigms too. One of my favorite paradigms to use, no matter what you're selling, is chunk down. So don't sell the big end result that could happen a long time from now. Sell the smaller, or show and teach and train on the smaller result that can happen much sooner. Because people might not be able to think that they can see it through for a year, and they might not believe that they can get the big result. But everybody believes they can get a small result, and everybody believes they can see it through for a week or 2 or 3. And so by having smaller focus, making smaller claims, going after smaller goals, you actually get larger conversions in most instances. So that will work regardless of what you sell. And then we got a prompt for that. Yeah. So there you go.
All right, Jason, one more good question here. What would you say the maximum buy now price would be for a webinar selling a coaching program? Is it possible to cut out enrollment calls with a great webinar?
Oh, totally. Yeah. Here's how you test the water. You make them a fast action bonus first, and then you see if people will buy once you remove them. So you say the first 10 of you who sign up, you also get X. And then if nobody signs up after 10, then you might have to restructure the offer. But most likely, you will still get people that sign up after 10. You could also do an A/B. You could say, listen, I have 2 options for you today. If you would like to sign up and get these additional coaching calls, then it's this price. But if you would prefer not to have the coaching calls, then I can give you a really good deal, and it's this price. And then you can use the advanced price anchoring, where you make the coaching calls with you incredibly expensive. You're like, hey, I have an offer for you. It's essentially the same. The only difference between the first one and the second one is if you want personal coaching to go along with it, it's $10,000. Or if you prefer to get just the training, the tools, and the resources, it's just $997. And they're like, damn, that's $9,000 savings. Okay. But don't be surprised if some people will pay for $10,000 and now you've just given yourself a pay raise. I had a client that did that. This is so funny because he was in the stock trading niche and he broke the payment link. So nobody could go to the URL and pay for the lower ticket item. So he had a red herring. He had a $15,000 price point and he had a $3,000 training program. He's like, Jason, I don't want to do coaching anymore. So I said, just tell them it's $15,000 because then they'll appreciate more what the actual value of the price is because that's how people make comparisons. So he did it. I said, but don't be surprised because 1 out of 10 times people will take the higher priced option. And in this case, that was the only option they could take because he broke the checkout to the lower priced option and he sold it out. But he was no longer unhappy with doing coaching because he charged 5 times as much, which he should have been charging all along. So I digress. Anik, I see you're back.
Oh yeah. Oh man. What a freaking journey. We still have hundreds of people on.
I know.
And at this point, I'm scratching my head. And so, all right, I'm going to get a little bit in people's faces. All right. So guys, don't take offense. It's because I love you. All right. We've now been on for 3.5 hours. I've actually been on, we started earlier, so it's actually 4 hours, which is incredible. I want to address one particular person because I know this person. So Shub is on, and Shub said, hey, I can't see the screen. I need to see the offer. I think everyone can see the screen. So Shub, I don't know if maybe it's how you're looking at it. Maybe it's like tucked down or something in a tab. But Shub, I know you. I know your business. Shub is out in India, has his own offer, has an agency. He's already killing it. Shub, literally, you have nothing to look at. Oh, there's no screen? Why? I don't even know how to fix that.
I think Zoom
It
had
says
an
Jason.
update on it, and it's weird for me too. At the very top of the Zoom screen, you can click on webinar and see the presenter. You can click on Jason's
No,
screen and see the slides.
I think it says Jason has paused the screen. He may have accidentally hit the pause button or something. Oh, I see it though. I wouldn't be seeing it if that happened. All right. Shub says now he can see it. All right. So Shub, here's what you're going to do. You don't need to sit there and analyze this because I know your business. You're going to go to jason.academy and you're going to join, dude. I'm just telling you right now. I know your business. I know what you're doing. The power that's being brought to you, you get to be the first person to bring these metrics and bring these techniques to the India market. It's game over, man. You're already very good at this. Like, I know your business. You're already very good at this. This is just going to give you that. This is going to give you that edge. And I'm telling you, in mastery and in real, true mastery, edge is what it's all about. It's all about that 1-2% bump. And I think this is going to give you far more than just 1 or 2%. All right. So one of the things that I really want to ask everyone, and I want to remind everyone here, right? We still have hundreds of people on. I am going to be doing my webinar on Monday. So it's in exactly 6 days. If you're watching this live, if you're watching a replay, then whatever. It's Monday, July 28th, I think, at 8 p.m. And I'm going to show you everything that wraps around the webinar that Jason has taught you. So it's not an either or thing. You need both. I'm not going to touch on the actual webinar. Okay. That's Jason's territory. That's his expertise. That's what he is going to do. Okay. A couple of people are saying Jason's paused the screen. I don't think he has everyone because I'm seeing it, which is strange. I don't know. Maybe when Jason comes back, he may be taking a quick break. He can come reshare the screen. So what I want to share is that you're going to learn some tremendous things there. And you'll see, again, with the same heart that Jason showed up in, we're going to show up. We're going to pour out. And I'm going to show you the entire funnel, how to evergreen this. I'm also going to show you the live funnel, by the way. Yes, that's true. We have a funnel even for the live webinars. It's not just the evergreens. So notice, just watch how and what we do with this webinar. But you can either watch from outside the building, trying to look through the window, or you can be inside, not only watching, but getting instruction and specific assistance and help in building your own version of the building. And so I'm going to share with you in this program and in the webinar on Monday, how we build a live webinar funnel, how we build the evergreen webinar funnel, what technologies we like to use in what scenarios. I've seen this question come up a few times. People ask, hey, what technology is the best to run the webinar? That's literally like asking a parent, which child is your favorite? Every situation is different. You can ask a child, which of your child is best at math? Which of your child is best at sports? They'll have an answer, right? And so depending on your scenario and your circumstances, what technology you use and what technologies you stack are different. We used a certain technology for this webinar. Whether that's right for you or not, I doubt it, actually. It's a pretty advanced technology, but I have the right answer for you. We're going to cover all of this, not only in the program, but I'm going to cover some of it. Can't cover all of it. We're going to cover some of it on the free webinar next week as well. But the big question I want to ask you is this, okay? And I just got a good question here. Someone said, hey, when everyone buys this, will this become the old news like the 3 Secrets webinar? Will people be able to sniff it out because everyone's doing it? Here's the funny thing. No. Look at the webinar that we did today. Look at the webinar that Jason outputted today. There was no formula. That was not a template. The webinar you see of mine next week will be entirely different than Jason's. Completely different. Because we don't need that stuff. Guys, you have to understand that we don't need a templated that way. Now, look, we have them. And I think Jason put it best when we were doing an interview where he said, listen, we can use AI and templates now to get you to a B+ webinar, which is amazing, by the way. Okay. If Jason and I perform at an A+A, we can get you to a B+, B- pretty quickly using AI, which is amazing. That's a profitable business, a very profitable business in the making. And then in time and in repetition, you take it from that to an A, right? And with working with us and with getting our help. So yes, we have templates and systems to get you to a B+, B-, B. But to get to the A, that's the edge I was talking about. And that edge you only get by surrounding yourself with those who have that edge. You cannot learn it by watching a YouTube video. You also cannot learn it, in my opinion, by even watching any kind of video. You have to surround yourself with the individuals that have that edge, and it comes in everything. It comes in like it's the aura. It's around it. Like you have to pick up as we teach, as we execute all the little intricacies, and that comes with time. And this is why mentorship is so important, right? Why do you need mentors if you can just buy courses? Well, because it's a completely different experience. And so, no, we don't teach a formula in that capacity that it will become regurgitated and it will have fingerprints. We specifically teach against it. Now, by the way, I've taught a formula. My formula, quote unquote, is very similar to Russell's. We come from the same school, and it's pretty similar. And the formula you see me use next week, you might say, okay, this was pretty reminiscent of like a secrets funnel. I just want you to see how they all work. That's the simple. It still works. By the way, someone said, oh, everyone will be able to see it. Who cares? Do you know how many people are still using his formula and still doing really well? What we're saying is that still works. That's going to get you a great webinar, but we can make it excellent by just tweaking a few things. So don't worry about that, because it's still tremendous, especially if you happen to be in different locations, different markets, different languages. Then it's game over. All right. Question for you. A lot of people are saying screen is black. I wish I could take it and show you guys. I don't have this. Well, you know what I could do? I don't know if it will let me take it from him.
It's back, Anik. It's back. People confirmed it's back.
Oh, it's back. All right. Can everyone see the screen again? All right. Rachel says she's seen it. All right. Perfect. Okay. What is the difference between this and perfect webinar? I've never done perfect webinars. I don't know how to answer that question. I'm being honest with you. I know Russell. I know Russell for a long time. Russell and I started in the industry 24 years ago within a month of each other. And I have the deepest of respects for him. And his script works great. I just feel that what Jason and I offer you is it's like saying, hey, I have a bachelor's, and then you meet someone that has a PhD. What's the difference, right? We just teach you the next level. We teach you, we begin where I believe perfect webinar leaves off. And so it's just the next level. It's about those 1-2% edge things, right? I don't think perfect webinar goes into the things that I go into. I don't think it goes into the funnel, the pre-engagement, post-engagement. I don't think it goes into ads. I don't believe it does, right? But where we're going to come in and teach you, we go deeper. As you've noticed with Jason, it's one thing to teach someone what to say and how to say it. But when they understand why they're saying it, when you understand the deeper reasons why you're doing what you're doing and saying what you're saying and addressing an objection the way you're addressing an objection, it's just that much more powerful. So this isn't just about how to write a webinar or how to build a funnel. This is a deep psychology and sales class. And so that's the biggest difference I can tell you. All right. Let's see here. All right, let me see. Hey, Onyx, I've missed the webinar in the morning. Can I get recap or when it will be live? Hari, we're going to send out a replay. You can watch it at that point. What is the time investment on all these trainings to get something up? Mark, that's a great question. Hey, Mark, by the way, how are you, man? I don't know exactly how much of training Jason's given. Jason and I tend to not track time. Like, for example, mine is going to be drip fed. So my content is going to be drip fed over time because I want you to focus on Jason's first. It's like I said, and I mean what I said. Offer and webinar is the battle. You get a great offer and a great webinar, traffic just comes pouring. Funnels are easy to create. Hell, you could pay someone a bunch of money and they'll create the funnel for you the way I teach it. So that's not a hurdle. The real magic is in the offer and the webinar. Once you dial that in, everything else is easy. So while you guys are focusing on that, I'm going to, every week I'm going to drip out more things so you learn pre-engagement, post-engagement, ads, traffic, all of that. If I could have it my way, I wouldn't even start teaching it for another 4 to 6 weeks. But I'm not going to do that because I know everyone's going to get excited and want to have access to it. I believe you could. I mean, most of Jason's training is there. It's available. So you could go in there and within a matter of days, you could execute and have something up. Many have in the past from his other programs. And Mark, the other thing I would tell you is there's no chance and no reason for you to have to go through the whole damn thing to start taking action. You could apply even 10 or 20% of what you learn. You have enough to create a webinar that could actually, especially because you have an audience. I know your business. Dude, you could start seeing results pretty quickly, right? And if you, it's like this. If you try to go through the whole thing, right? It's like, well, there's a lot there. And I would definitely, I would implement over time if I was you. I would implement strategies over time because there's a lot there. And we don't hold back, which is a good and a bad, right? So we want you to apply piece by piece by piece by piece, keep improving, keep getting better. Don't wait to have the perfect webinar and then launch because there's just no such thing. This webinar really performed amazingly and it ain't perfect. It's anything but perfect. I already have requests from Jason's team right now sitting in my WhatsApp that's like, hey, send us all the chat logs, send us all the, send us all this, send us that. What happened here? What happened there? That's a mark of a team that knows we have a journey ahead of us before this thing's anywhere even remotely close to perfect. And it never will be because there's no such thing. So, Mark, I think someone like you could have something up and ready within the next week or two, couple weeks personally. And I would encourage you to not give yourself more. I would encourage you to apply what you can and get and do something. Because when you see the impact of that, oh man, it's going to make you drop everything and come pouring back. And the way you apply what you learn is just going to be that much more, it's just going to be that much more multiplied. All right. How long do we have access to Webinar Academy, George? However long it stays up. I mean, years, right? So we're not charging you anything recurring. Zippy says, can someone answer my questions? I am sorry, Zippy. I don't see them. So if I miss them, do you mind maybe copying and pasting them again? Happy to address them. All right. And Shub, I haven't heard back from you, but I think you were able to see the screen. So let me know if you have any questions. What do you suggest to someone who doesn't have their product? Omar, what I suggest is get this training first. Holy smokes. Will this make your product 10 times better? Do you know how much easier it is to form new habits than it is to replace bad habits? Why do I say that? Omar, if you learn all of this now, before you begin, before you start, and you approach your new offer with all of this knowledge as a framework, you are going to build something incredible from the beginning. Versus you go out there, you try to figure out on your own, you take months, if not longer, you put pieces together from multiple places of which you don't know what piece is good, what piece is regurgitated nonsense. You put something together, you form your own habits, your own systems. We don't know if those are optimized or those are the best or not because they were pieced together from multiple places and multiple times. Now you end up forming those habits over months and months and months. And now all of a sudden, when you come back to us, we have to recode, re-break, we have to reset. It's just that much longer. So to someone who hasn't yet started, I get incredibly excited. You know that for a long time when I was hiring copywriters, I actually stopped hiring copywriters that had already been trained. So copywriters love to brag about who they've learned under, what they've learned under. And that was the number one. If they had been through copywriting courses or certifications, they were in the trash. I didn't want them because I already knew the way my systems work. They're so different. I did not want to spend another 6 months decoding them before I could recode them. Just didn't want it. So I actually started looking for people who enjoy writing, good creative writers who have not learned copywriting but have an interest in it. And I found that within about 4 to 6 weeks, I could turn them into Jedis. And I could form the habits in them that I wanted. So editorial people turned out to be some of my best copywriters because they didn't have any pre-training. So Omar, for you, I get even more excited. Omar says, how much to spend on ads in Egypt? I have no idea, my friend. I don't even know if ads is the right way for you to go, Omar. We got to work together. How would I possibly know the answer to that? Right? We got to get you inside. We got to get in, see what you're doing. We first got to build the offer. We got to build the webinar. We got to feel good about it, maybe test it with a few affiliates. Only then do we start talking about spending money on paid traffic. That's the right way to do it. It ain't the fast way. Nothing about this is supposed to print you millions in time in a matter of a few days. That's bullshit. We don't teach that. We don't harp on that. We don't even promise that. We don't even go there. This is about teaching you a skill. This is about empowering you with a skill that's going to impact your conversations you have at dinner with random people. It's going to impact how you show up at parties. It's going to impact how you communicate to your team. It's a fundamental shift in how you communicate. It's way, way, way bigger than just teaching you how to create an offer or a webinar. I mean that. I'm telling you, I'm a perfect example. I mean, I can't take that psychology out of me now. And I am that much more interesting. I'm that much more engaging. I'm that much of a better leader. I'm that much of a better husband, a father, because of everything I've learned here. All right. It says, if my course or offer price 500, can it work? Again, brother, I don't know. Omar, I've never done anything in the Egyptian market. All I can tell you is this. Pretty much everything I'm seeing everyone try in foreign markets is working, especially if you do it in your native tongue. It's a whole nother ballgame. All right. India is a prime example. India's a prime example. I mean, now it's become competitive, yet still it's doing great. I mean, you got a country with 1.6 billion people, and the marketers there and the coaches there just discovered webinars during COVID, so a few years ago. And it's just rampant, man. And there are so many countries, maybe Egypt is one of them, that this has not become norm yet. So you are going to have just the most easy time because it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel, right? And you're going to be learning strategies. I've always joked about this. I've said, if you're a shark who's been swimming with sharks, you can either choose to continue swimming with sharks, which means you have to stay at the top of your game, or you can go into a pool of guppies, right? So you're learning from the best of the best who have been in these pools with very competitive marketplaces of really, really talented marketers. We have had to refine our game up to a level by force and by desire, had to refine our game up to such a level that it's just when you take that level of skill into another market where the competition isn't even remotely close to that, it's the making of magic, right? So that's why I get really excited when people are in different markets, different languages, and they're like, oh, will this work internationally? I'm like, oh my God. Like, if you have access to, by the way, congrats to Riaz, just joined. So I think we are now officially at 80, which is incredible. Okay, Pooja says, can I please answer Zippy's question? All right, he posted it again. Why do I not? Zippy, why do I not see your? Oh, there it is. All right. We're a service-based company offering entertainment services, balloon twisting, face painting, and Santa Claus visits. How would this work for us? What CRM and payment program should we use? Selling the webinars. There are 2 questions. Thank you. So CRM payment program, I love Go High Level. Okay. I'm a Go High Level person now. I wear the badge. I'm not paid to do it. I was at one point. I was a brand endorsement deal for them. I'm not anymore, and yet I continue to promote and pitch them. I think it's a great team. It's a great company. It's a great platform. No platform is perfect, but they are about as damn close as you're going to get. So love High Level. I'll answer that question first. To the question of like, hey, how do I use webinars? Well, listen, balloon twisting, face painting, and Santa Claus visits aren't a big ask, right? But there's a lot of competition. What you do is you compress what we teach. So you don't need an hour and a half long webinar to promote that. But you still need to take someone through the same psychological journey of making a decision. That's the crazy part. And so you compress it into a shorter presentation, same psychology, compressed, shorter presentation into a video that goes on your site. A lot of people, by the way, still call long videos on websites webinars. I don't. I call it a VSL, video sales letter. But you're going to learn. This is why I said what we teach in Webinar Mastery Academy is not just about creating a webinar. This is about changing how you communicate. This is literally about changing the frequency upon which you communicate. It will make everything more impactful. Whether you're asking your wife for permission to go for golfing, you want your kids to clean up their room, you want, your buddy to, show up to happy hour with you. I'm talking, you just become influential in every capacity of your life when you learn these principles. So Zippy, what you're going to do is take what we teach you, compress it down into a shorter time frame, pop it up on a video and put it on your site, and you will see an impact from that because none of your competition's doing that. Not even remotely close, my friend. Not even remotely close. All right. Abhimanyu says, I want to sell my course only for 1,000 INR and a few one-on-one support calls in the starting to test the market. So what should I do? Should I go with organic or inorganic marketing? What can be the angle in your point of view? 1,000 INR, it's too cheap. I'll tell you right now. If you're going to go with 1,000 INR, by the way, the INR stands for Indian rupees. Everybody, I happen to just know the currency translation, so I know what that is. And I happen to know what it costs to do advertising in India. That is a low ticket offer. You do not use a webinar to sell that. You go straight to a sales page. So again, same answer I gave to Zippy. You're going to compress what we teach you into a video sales letter, pop that up, sell the $1,000 program, and then use that. I love, by the way, I call those SLOs, self-liquidating offers. It's my second love, only second to webinars. And then I teach that a lot too. But guess what? All my SLOs go to. I'll give you one big guess. Where do all my SLOs, when you buy a low ticket from me, where do I send you? Anybody? Anybody? Seriously? A webinar, guys. Everyone's starting to go quiet on me here. Hari says, how about 5K INR? So, that's a good question. I'm going to let, if Shub is still on, Shub, do you mind answering that? 5K INR is how much in dollars per buck? $65? That's a weird spot. I actually wouldn't price at that. That's a strange place. You either got to go cheaper or go way more expensive, Hari. So, because when you're less expensive, you can easily do a low ticket, right? You could compress what we're teaching into a sales page and into a VSL. 5,000 gets to a tricky place. 5,000 is at a place where it's not quite enough to justify a webinar, but it certainly isn't a low ticket sale anymore. So sales page isn't going to cut it. All righty. Rachel said webinar. She's like, couldn't find the chat. All right. Greg says, anyone able to answer my question? Greg, do me a favor, man. Repeat that question if you don't mind. I decided to just sign up just because. Sweet. Welcome, Greg. Thank you. We like just because signups because we get to earn your business once you're in. All right. All right, everybody. Here's what we're going to do. Let me just see here. It is now midnight. And I'm going to go home. So love you guys. We are going to release a replay of this tomorrow. I'm going to work on this overnight with my team, and I'm going to get my India team working on this overnight. We'll have the webinar replay out for you tomorrow morning. You got someone you love, you got someone who you want to show this to, show it to them, send it to them, send them the replay file. All right. Ask them to sign up. We're also going to release tomorrow a sign up page for the webinar with me on Monday. You do not need to sign up. You're going to get auto signed up because you're on this webinar. We're going to roll you over. So you will get emails from Zoom about my Monday night webinar. I got to go back, recraft my webinar because I need to show up and kick Jason's ass a little bit. I can't just have him own the freaking thing like this. So thankfully, you know what? He took the ball the first half. So I get the advantage of having that knowledge to come back in the second half. So we're going to make it even better. We're going to make it even better. So be here on Monday and listen, it's a no-brainer. Go to jason.academy. Like Jason and I said, if you don't love it, we'll give you a refund. What do you think? We're going to run away with your money. We're not going to use any stupid sales psychology, try to save the sale. We don't have time for that bullshit. We're not going to do any of that. You don't want it. You need to ask for it. You get your money back. That's it. It's as simple as that. Okay. So the risk here that you take is not doing it. That's actually far riskier right now. The worst thing that can happen to you is you buy it, you go in there, you learn some cool stuff. You have some mind-blowing moments. You realize, man, I don't want to learn more of this. Not for me. You learn some cool stuff. Not for you. Ask us. We return your money. And we part ways, friends, shake hands. And I promise you, you're not going to walk away saying, oh, that was crap. I didn't learn anything. I promise you, if you actually do a couple of the videos, at least, you're going to learn some cool stuff. So with that said, Jason, closing words, my friend.
I am so honored to be able to be of service today. I'm grateful to you, regardless of what you do. Take what we showed you today, invest it in your tomorrow, your next day, your next week, and then let me know how it works out for you. I'm in it for the testimonial. I'm in it for the response. I'm in it for the growth and the impact. So let me know how I've impacted you. Love to hear from you. Bye for now. We'll talk soon.
Yeah. Everyone, people are asking Monday what time. It'll be the same time that today's was, 8 p.m. Eastern time, Monday, 28th. All right. It'll be the same time. And yes, we'll have a replay. Don't ask. Replay for today's, replay for that one as well. I've stopped having that battle. I tried at one point to be like, no replays. Some more people show up. And then that just led to a lot of pain. So we'll give you the replay. But you should show up live because I'll answer your freaking questions. And you will have questions because I'm going to share stuff with you you've never heard before. I'm going to share stuff with you that ChatGPT doesn't know because I've not put it online. I've not put it in a place where it can index it. I'm going to share stuff with you that no other marketers are doing because they have not invested $20 million to figure it out yet. And I'm going to share stuff with you that I haven't really, quite frankly, talked about outside of my $25,000 a year mastermind. So it's up to you. You want to show up or not? By all means, make a decision. But I promise you, what you learn on Monday will be amazing. All right, everybody. Love you guys. Thank you for being here. It's been a great honor. Thank you to Jason. Thank you to Will. Thank you to the entire team here at Expert Scale and to the entire team at Rapid Crush. This was a monumental effort by both teams to bring this together. I hope you guys could appreciate that, can love it. And we're just getting started. We are just getting started. We have amazing things coming down the pipeline to help you if you're serious about webinars. All right. So with that said, everybody, love you. Good night, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, where the hell you're calling in from. We'll see you next week. We'll see you on the replay. And as I always say, when life pushes you, stand straight, smile, and push it the heck back. Peace out, everybody.